somebody approaches us and suggests something really interesting, like those Punic Wars episodes we did. It's usually something that as soon as they pitch the idea, we all go, wow, why didn't we think of that? Well, recently, the folks at Unity asked us to do a series on creating your first game. Frankly, I'm actually shocked we haven't addressed that before now, so time to fix that. The truth is, I have run into
current video, huh? That's so loud. My God, that's loud.
Every year, we get a lot of requests to do sponsored shows, and we end up turning the vast majority of them down. But every once in a while, somebody approaches us and suggests something really interesting, like those Punic Wars episodes we did. It's usually something that as soon as they pitch the idea, we all go, wow, why didn't we think of that? Well, recently, the folks at Unity asked us to do a series on creating your first game. Frankly, I'm actually shocked we haven't addressed that before now, so time to fix that. The truth is, I have run into too many people who at some point decided they wanted to make games, and they picked up an engine, and they started diving in, and they quit before they ever finished their first game because the experience was just frustrating. It seemed like it was going nowhere. And I don't know if we can help, but this team has quite a lot of collective game-making experience, so hopefully some of our advice here will help you avoid the common pitfalls.
Help me.
The first thing you're gonna want to be careful about is scope. Many people pick up a game engine dreaming of making the types of games they play. Unfortunately, this often just is not possible. Games like God of War or Final Fantasy are made by teams of at least 40 people, sometimes way more than 40 people, over the course of several years. Even if you're just amazing and you throw your whole life into creating your game, you're not gonna make a God of War or a Final Fantasy. Not even close, and especially not on your first attempt. Truth is, you're not even going to create something like Super Mario Bros. As your first game. You may create like 1 level's worth of Super Mario Bros., but even that's kind of pushing it. Your goal with your first game should be to get something built that you can actually play, even in the most rudimentary fashion, as soon as possible. Think of your first game as a learning exercise, not your masterwork. If you start with a huge project, you'll find that you don't even know where to begin, and you'll get bogged down doing little bits and pieces that have...
Sorry, guys. I'm back.
Have no tangible result, and it'll seem like you're not making any progress at all, and
Damn,
you'll hit roadblocks that you don't know how to
believe it just
overcome, simply to
happened.
be left flailing for what to even work on next. Trust me, keep it simple. If your first attempt at making a game turns out to be a one-room platformer with bad collision that you took 3 weeks to
my
build,
mouse
be proud
pad.
of that, because you built it. You actually got it done. You made a game. That's
I'm
more than
sad.
most people ever manage. So play it and show it to your friends. And don't worry when they don't understand it or are critical because they're still thinking in terms of the big budget games they're used to playing. You know how much work went into making that game.
Man,
and more importantly, you know that next time you'll be tutorials
get
about
to the fucking game,
skills.
nigga.
Part of understanding your skill is understanding your resources. And in this case, many people are happy. Has tons of people who happily make tutorials about pretty much everything.
I ruined my
Go
mouse
find
pad.
them, watch them, study them. Then, if you're stuck or if you can't find,
All right, I'm gonna let this nigga talk. I gotta respect the
because they're
basics.
still thinking in terms of the big budget games they're used to playing. You know how much work went into making that game, and more importantly, you know that next time you'll be able to do it
I
even
am
better.
a grumpy motherfucker.
Soon, you'll be building games that people are asking you to let them play. Second thing to keep in mind, and I know this is going to sound weird, but don't go into your first game with a specific idea.
What?
Learn what you can do and design around that. Don't lock yourself into an idea and beat your head against it for weeks or months. Instead, learn a few tricks, watch a few tutorials, then start working towards something you're pretty sure you can build. It's okay if there are still a few parts of it you have no idea how to even start to do, but make sure it's only a few parts when you're breaking your project down and planning things out. Which, of course, brings us to tutorials. Any major engine has tons of people who happily make tutorials about pretty much everything.
Yes, they
Go
do.
find them, watch them, study them. Then, if you're stuck or if you can't find an answer to your question, just ask.
Can't believe I
You'd be
did that.
shocked at how many people are happy to help you through things if you just post on a forum or throw your thoughts onto the message boards. And don't be afraid of coding. Lots of people say
Oh,
they can't
I've been
code,
loving
but if you
code.
design your game right, you would be shocked at how little coding you actually have to do to get something done. It's a small enough amount that any of you out there watching this right now can handle it. Again, just start small, keep it simple. You'll learn as you go, and here especially, there are plenty of sites out there that'll help get you started. Stack Exchange is a fantastic place to look if you have questions. Which leads us nicely into one of the big ones. Design your game around your skills. Part of understanding your scope is understanding your resources, and in this case, you are your resources.
I'm my
Are you a great
resources.
artist, but you've never coded in your life? In that case, have your game lean on your art skills while pushing you just enough on the code side that you learn some new things. Are you somebody who can't draw or model or animate? That's alright. There are plenty of games out there that get away with what you'd call minimal graphics. Accept that and embrace it as part of your design. Constraints force us to be creative.
He's right.
If there's something you really just have to have, if there's some coding task or some piece of art that your game just can't live without, but you just don't have the chops to do it yourself, go to the asset store. There is an amazing amount of stuff that you can get there for next to nothing. James
What?
just talked to a professional studio that picked up their entire voice chat code from the asset store for less than it would have cost them all to go to the movies.
Ooh.
James really wishes he had this sort of thing when he started out working in games, so take advantage of it. Finally, don't give up. There is a lot of life that's gonna get in the way. Most people start out doing this between juggling a job or a full school schedule, and it's very, very easy to let days and then weeks pass before you get back to working on your game. It's gonna be a struggle at first, no question. I wish I had more comforting words for you, but all I can say is that most things worth doing are a struggle. And if
Yes,
you stick
he's
with it,
right.
maybe one day you'll have the option to make games instead of having to do all that other stuff.
Man, this
But
guy's
that's it for
smart.
the basics. I know that was all broad, basic stuff that most of you probably already knew, but I
Yeah.
think it's important to start there because
He's
when
right.
you're deep in the process of making a game, it's often that really high-level, basic stuff that people forget.
He's
But
right.
join us next episode for more of the practical nuts and bolts of making your first game. See you next week. Alright, so last time we gave you general tips for starting your first game. Scope small, build around your talents, ask the internet if you get stuck, and don't give up. This time we're gonna dive down into the nitty-gritty. There are a lot of tutorials out there that cover how to do the programming or create the art for your first game, so we're gonna stick to giving you the best practices for how to actually approach the project itself. So, for your first game, tip number 1, don't plan a project that you think will take you more than a month.
What?
Remember, you're going to be getting better with every game you build.
Okay.
And you'll actually often be better off just tossing your first project aside and starting from scratch after you've gotten it out there and learned all you can from it.
Okay.
Tip
Yeah,
number
yeah,
2.
yeah.
It's going to take you more than a month, but don't sweat it. You won't have much frame of reference when you're planning that first game you're going to create, and even the most hardened professionals have learned over time to just take their best scheduling estimate and then add 50% to it. Because surprises always come up in game development, and each game presents its own unique challenges. So if you overshoot your 1-month deadline, don't panic, it happens. But if you're coming up on 3 months, well, you probably scoped too large. Take what you've learned and start something smaller next time.
Take something
Tip number
smaller.
3.
Okay.
Don't worry too much about the design of your first game. It kills James to say this, but don't spend weeks designing systems or mechanics that you don't even know if you can implement yet. Just get to building something as quickly as you can. The experience is way more valuable than the end results this time around. Tip number 4, set milestones. This one sounds obvious, but it can be so easy to ignore on a small project. If you estimate your project should take you about a month, set yourself a milestone goal for every week. Tip number 5,
Oh, that's good.
take those big milestone tasks and break them down even further. As you plan, any tasks that you've listed as taking more than a week is probably best broken down into smaller tasks. This is true for pretty much any game you'll ever build. Build graphics engine or complete character art are way too big to be tasks. Implement hardware instancing or rig main character. Those are at least closer. Even those can probably be broken down further. Having a granular task list will help you plan better, keep you on track, and make you feel like you're really accomplishing things as you tick them off the list. Tip number 6. Send yourself producer emails. At the beginning
Producer
of each
email?
week, send yourself an email saying what you did last week and what you plan to do this week.
This
Then
is
compare that with
so
last
interesting because this is just these niggas are making like this is like tech scrum agile shit. It's so fascinating. That's why so many people are making games and shit now, because the people that are teaching them how to make games are using methodology that makes multi-billion-dollar companies successful, and they're translating that shit on like in 5-minute videos. That's really cool. Listen to these niggas, man. These niggas are smart.
week's email. This is a quick and dirty way of making sure that things don't fall off the production schedule, and it will help you compare that with each week. Send yourself an email saying what you did last week and what you plan to do this week. Then compare that with last week's email. This is a quick and dirty way of making sure that things don't fall off the production schedule, and it will help you organize your time each week. Tip number 7, review your game at least once a week. Even if life gets hectic,
Review your
if
game
your
once a
job or
week.
school gets in the way of you making a lot of progress on your game, make yourself at least look at your game just for a half hour once a week.
Yeah.
It's really, really easy to let 2 weeks slip by without touching your game, and then when you finally get back to it, finding yourself totally lost and not remembering what you were doing or where you were at. This is the point at which a lot of people quit. Don't let that happen to you. Tip number 8. Don't worry about production values.
Yeah.
A lot of people get derailed by trying to make their first game look or sound good. Don't worry about that. If your game plays amazing, you'll have plenty of time to work on the polish later. But
Word.
unless you're adding one of those polished touches just to learn how to do it, none of it matters for your first game. Keep in mind, there are a lot of great games out there that are made of nothing but moving squares. Tip number 9. Don't spend more than 1 hour trying to do anything yourself. If you find yourself stuck on a problem, take a stab at it because it'll help you learn, but you shouldn't be spending more than an hour on any individual problem in your game. Given that it's your first game, everything you're trying to do probably has an excellent tutorial out there for it. Use those
yes.
resources. One of the most common
Absolutely.
quitting points for first-time developers is spending a week making no progress on a problem that the world at large could have helped them solve in minutes.
Yep.
I know that many of us, myself
He's
included,
absolutely right.
want to solve everything ourselves, but take advice from someone who's learned this the hard way. Don't try to do that. And finally, tip number 10. Make people play your game. I know that we mentioned this last time, but this is incredibly important. You will learn an unbelievable amount just from seeing how people play what you've created.
He's absolutely
It's easy
right.
to be embarrassed or shy about these things, and it's easy to look at other games out there and say, wow, my game does not measure up to that. I'll show people my game once I have something that does. But trust me, the path to making great games is marked by all the realizations you'll have from people actually playing your earlier work. Don't deny yourself that incredible resource. Hopefully these guidelines should serve to help you get your first game out in no time. Well, 3 months at most. If you find yourself struggling, cut stuff.
Cut
Find the
stuff.
smallest possible game you can make. Make that. Once that's done, find 1 or 2 new things that you'd like to
Oh, there is
experiment
a
with,
Windows
and
app.
base your next game around those ideas. If you keep things small and you can keep blazing your way through these projects, you'll find that by the time a year's out, you'll really be able to make games that let you experiment with a huge range of design ideas and game types.
Word up.
And if you're wondering just how to keep your game small, join us on the next episode for a dive into...
Yeah, minimal viable products. That's what we need. That is so fucking loud, bruh.
During the last 2 episodes, we've
This is a
stressed
10-year-old
how
video.
important it is to make your first game something small. But this is so important that this time we're going to dedicate the entire episode to it. This will serve
Are
you in
people
good stead.
still using these as standards? I want to sort by new and see what people are saying. Man, people in comments have gotten dumber over the last 10 years. I don't quite understand. Holy fuck. Yeah, listen, I know this is a 10-year-old video, but based on this guy's first 2 videos, the shit he's saying don't really sound like it changed all that much
Not only when you're
over the
creating your
last 10
first
years.
game, but also when prototyping for anything else you do. In development, there's a term called minimum viable product, which refers to the smallest thing you can possibly make that'll still give you useful data once released. That should be your goal. Even when James is called in to work on a multi-million-dollar project that has a development time of 3 years, one of the first things he'll tell them is that if they don't have a prototype up in the first 3 weeks, they're doing it wrong. When you can actually play your game, you'll discover all sorts of things that you didn't account for when you were just designing the game in your head. You'll find edge cases where your mechanics are broken, or places where your game just falls apart. You'll find what's really engaging rather than just trying to build something that you hope is engaging. And you'll discover what will add the most to the
Why
experience
is
you're
this
creating.
locked? Oh, it's
Okay,
not.
so you've heard me say cut and cut and cut, and that when you think you're done cutting, you're probably not done cutting. But you do have to stop cutting sometimes. So how do we determine when we're down to that minimum viable product? Well, this one is a bit tough, and you're going to get better at it with experience, but the basic idea is to find the absolute minimum set of features that won't affect core development. If you could cut a feature and still technically ship your game, it's probably not part of your minimum viable product. But because this is as much an art as it is a science, let's run through some examples so we're all on the same footing. Let's start with Super Mario Bros. What do we need in order to test if the fundamental gameplay of Super Mario Bros. Is engaging? What's the minimum that we can build and test before deciding if what we have is something worth expanding upon with additional
I don't feel like
features?
this is
Well,
really what
do
I
we need
but-
Koopas? No. Fire flowers? Nope. Bowser? Nope.
No, you
Pipes
need
that you can climb
mechanics.
down? No. Pipes at all? No. Water levels, mushrooms, hidden blocks, extra lives? No.
You just
So
need a bunch
what
of
do we need?
squares and shit.
Well, for Mario, the minimum viable product is probably one level where you can move, jump, and fall into pits. That's it. If
Yeah,
just
yeah.
that much is engaging, you'll be able to add all those other features later and make it even better. But if running along and jumping over pits doesn't feel good, Super Mario Bros. Simply doesn't work, no matter how many extra features you throw in. So you've got to make sure that that core is working first. Although, in this particular case, I'd probably throw in 2 other features that aren't strictly necessary, but they will make a big difference. First, a trigger which resets the level if the player falls into the pit, just so testing is easier, and to make sure that this aspect isn't just unpalatable to players. And second, the ability to change from walking to running, since the Mario jump mechanic is so dependent on the run button. But that's it. 1 level, 3 features, and you've got a game. Don't believe something this simple?
1 level, 3 features. Hmm. One level, 3 features. So I guess technically I've already kind of added some features to Quake that I could test. We have interactive environments. We have stealth. I'm working on destruction. We have some destruction. I guess those are the 3 features we could test right there. Interactive environments, destruction, and stealth. And then after that, it's just game balance. Whoa, that looks cool. Okay.
Could be
Okay.
engaging? Well, set the 3 features, and you've got a game. Don't believe something this simple could be engaging? Well, set the character to auto-run, and you've basically built Cannibalt. When building your first game, or prototyping a larger one, you'll find that you can strip out all of the content, all of the things that aren't rules that control the play itself, but rather elements that are created out of those rules. So enemy types, levels, different weapons, all of that can usually get cut. You might want to include one thing from each category just to test the larger rules, but no more than that, because it's really easy to get mired down in making all of that content. And the truth is, games with lots of content but without a solid foundation are rarely good. Perhaps worse, as a creator, when your game's packed with content, it's generally harder to figure out why the foundation's not working. If you test your prototype with a lot of content thrown in, it'll be harder for players to put their fingers on exactly what it is that needs improvement, as all of that content just clutters what's wrong, and they'll be more likely to tell you about bad pieces of content rather than the underlying reasons why that content didn't create a positive experience.
Okay.
It just adds complexity in a situation where you really need to be honing your game's core foundation. Okay, so let's try another one. Old school JRPGs. Now this one can fool people because most designers tend to think of these games in terms of content rather than gameplay. It's easy to get caught up in the story you want to tell, or the massive lists of items and enemies. But if the player has to slog through 80 hours of weak gameplay in order to access that story you've got in mind, you've done your player a disservice.
Yes,
in
indeed.
fact, that's some of what's contributed to the decline in the popularity of traditional JRPGs this decade.
I
So
should
take a game like Final
so much to
Fantasy
do.
IV.
Hold on, let's
Here,
see.
I would cut everything but the menu-based
I needed
combat
to
system.
do
I would even
this.
cut
I'm
out
gonna
all the
change
graphics.
this to-
Monsters can just be words on the screen. That's really all you need to test the system. Now, many of you might object, saying, but
No, he's right.
menu-based combat system. I would even cut out
Let's
all
see. I'm gonna
in the
listen to what he's saying.
popularity of traditional JRPGs this decade. So take a game like Final Fantasy IV. Here, I would cut everything but the menu-based combat system. I would even cut out all the graphics. Monsters can just be words on the screen. That's really all you need to test the system. Now, many of you might object, saying, but that doesn't work. I can't make that engaging without the content. This is actually great, though. It immediately tells us that we should probably find a more robust system. Alright, let's try one more. This time, let's look at Ikaruga. Here, we could probably cut down to the color switching mechanic, an enemy which switches color randomly and shoots random bullet patterns, or maybe randomly chooses from a small list of pre-built bullet patterns, as that wouldn't be too hard to construct. Also, you'll need the ability for the player to move and to shoot, a counter which ticks upward as you shoot the enemy, and a death mechanic that simply resets the game when the player gets hit. This will get you all the player behavior you need to find out if your game's engaging. Your players will try to dodge and shoot the enemy while attempting to take advantage of the color swapping system as much as possible. That's all you need. Hopefully, that helps you frame your thinking about just how small your first project should be. Now I'm gonna give you a quick and dirty list of game genres, ordered by how difficult they are to create a minimum viable product for. And this is only going to apply to digital games. Some of these genres are actually much easier to build pen and paper or board games for. Also, this list isn't by any means absolute. As game engines change, this list is going to become outdated, but it should give you a place to start at least. So, game genres in order of difficulty to produce a minimum viable product, from simplest to most difficult. Racing game, top-down shooter, 2D platformer, color-matching puzzle game, 2D puzzle platformer, 3D platformer, FPS, JRPG, fighting game, action adventure, Western RPG, RTS.
I'm not sure that this list applies anymore. This is very outdated. This is very, 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 very outdated. Because there's no way it's easier. Or like you can shit out a first person game these days.
Action adventure, Western RPG, RTS. I'm leaving out point and click adventure games here.
Yeah, maybe this is a little bit outdated. I think I did learn something from this. Oh man, that's a lot of videos. Blockchain games. Wow. So much has changed in the last 10 years. I'm not sure that this is a good reference anymore. Do they still make videos? Yes, they do. Okay. I think I think what I need to do with my game is I think it's time to make a to-do list of things that need to be done for a minimal viable product. And I need to make a structure. I need to make like a gameplay loop. Cuz I want to have a prototype out in the next couple weeks. Like something that I can like test with the public and get feedback on. So let me think about that. Let me see what's here. This is the conference room. I think I need to how to create a gameplay loop. I don't even really know what to search for. I have an idea of how I should approach this. And maybe I should just there we go. Okay. Like what's here, honestly, works well. I think I think I need to make a gameplay loop. I need to like close this out. You know what I'm saying? So I think this computer, if this is the start point, this needs to tell you something. But I don't think this is the start point because this character that we're being won't start here. He'll start downstairs. And so, okay, got it. This is what we're gonna do. Let's think through let's think through some structure. And me see. We'll just call it gameplay loop. It's fine. Start typing. So usually we're gonna start in the master sleeping or the master living quarters. We know that for a fact. So let's go there first. Okay. These guys are quiet. Oh, I forgot. Oh, that's right. I made that. That's cool. I hope I didn't delete that. I don't think I did. I forgot we made that door. That's a cool fucking door. Okay. So this is what needs to be built. We're gonna start in here. Master living quarters currently locked, but that's gonna be the starting room. So that's what we need. So we'll start in master quarters. Once we spawn in the master quarters, what needs to happen? What is this game? What are we trying to accomplish here? This guy, all our user needs to know is that this person's trying to survive. Yo, Varush Vijay? Varush, what's going on? How you doing this morning? I guess it's morning for me. How you doing today? Oh, I forgot that worked. Oh, they both triggered? That had never happened before. Okay. So let's see. I'm gonna kill this guy. Okay, all this stuff still works. Oh shit! I didn't want to do that. Oh please, please, please. I didn't want to do that. I've been trying to figure out exactly how to approach it. I've got quite a bit of concept here, and I've been trying to flesh it out, and it's something I can start testing with people. What's up, man? Yeah, I am building a game, actually. There's quite a bit here, and it started getting a little bit broad and disorganized. So I took a step back, and I started trying to strategize a little bit, and I actually started learning like code and shit as well. Um, Currently, what I'm trying to do, my goal today was to start making a prototype. Um, but I have so much here. Which engine am I using? I'm using id Tech 2, the Quake 2 engine. Oh shit! Shit, I didn't mean to do that. There's actually have you ever played Quake 2? Thanks, buddy. Cause it's kind of a big departure in a lot of ways from what Quake 2 is like. It's based off of Quake 2, but Quake 2 is an id Tech 2 engine game. And so to say that it's based on id Tech 2 is a little bit reductive because I'm using a lot of what Quake 2 does as my basis. But through that engine, I've actually I've added quite a bit to the way this game typically approaches like combat and exploration and like interaction and stuff. A lot of this stuff doesn't really exist the same way through Quake 2. And so, um, you've seen video of Unreal Engine and stuff, but it feels overrated. Oh, it's that's a difficult question. I don't necessarily think it's overrated. I actually love Unreal Engine and I love what it's accomplished. Um, but and I love that it actually got a lot of people on track to building games because that's what was most important. I think we wouldn't have a lot of the progress in game development today if it wasn't for Unreal Engine. Like Unreal Engine gets a lot of shit, but quite frankly, Unreal Engine has been free since like Unreal Tournament, like the first one back in like the late 90s. Um and like they used to have this contest called Make Something Unreal, and they would pretty much have modders make some real cool shit, and if you won this contest, they would like sponsor you with like a contract to make it to a full-fledged game. And that project um ended up with the Unreal Engine just being totally free for license use as well, up to $1 million. um and so they've done a lot to like, you know, get people being creative and shit. And like even Unity comes after Unreal. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and so I think it's very very powerful. I think it makes a certain type of game, and I think that's what Unreal Engine kind of has always been. Like I think if there's um like I think the engine it becomes easier or harder to use depending on what game you want to make. Um, I thought about using Unreal. Like I want to use it, but the kind of game I want to make, Unreal Engine is not really that. But I'd have to do some reverse engineering to make the kind of game I want to make. Uh, but it's a great engine. I don't even agree with the whole idea that it's under optimized. I don't think Unreal Engine's under optimized. I think developers need to do more to optimize. I think if you just try to make Unreal Engine, it's like a catch-all engine. So you just start building games, you don't gut some of that shit, your shit's gonna be unoptimized. Um, Progress in modern GPUs on Unreal Engine games are not much. Exactly. Yep. Yes. Nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head. Um, the thing with Unreal Engine is that it's easy to build within, and that I think people get the wrong idea because it's so easy to build shit. They just get so excited to get something out, and Unreal Engine can get your ideas out real quick. The games that can run on 6 gigabyte VRAM GPU now take 10 to 12 gigabytes. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, and the crazy part, like Unreal Engine, like you don't have to use all the new shit in Unreal Engine. I think that's what people get twisted about Unreal Engine, is that they think you got to use all the new shit. I think people should leave the new shit alone. If you're not going to optimize it, nobody really cares about visual fidelity that much. Like motherfuckers is playing old games, like it's visual fidelity means more than like I don't know, photorealism or whatever. Like I actually think that photorealistic games are usually the first ones to become outdated. Like if you have a strong art direction, your game becomes timeless. I think usually the first games to become outdated are the games that target photorealism. There's not a lot of them that hold up. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Um, yeah, people don't optimize. I think Unreal Engine is all right though. Yeah, shit like Lumen, Nanite, even ray tracing. Like, um, one of the reasons why I wanted to build in id Tech 2 is because I used to have a really, 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 really strong PC. Now I don't. I had to sell it due to life. And so I had to kind of start over with a worse PC. Um, and so I've always had an interest in like 90s and 2000s games. Like I think those, especially like 90s games, I think those games are just so special and they hold up so well. Um, and I have such an extreme backlog from like the 90s and 2000s, even early 2000s. 10s that I have to clear out. And now I have a 1660 Super and like 16 gigabytes of RAM. And so, hell of a time to get into games, you know what I'm saying? Like game design, because, like those specs. He's having 3080 and like, over 32 gigabytes of RAM, you know what I'm saying? Like my computer used to be loaded. And I had like a 5950X in my old computer. I had to get rid of. Uh and I also had a dedicated streaming computer that was also, pretty capable. Um but the 1660 Super is still a really good card. Even 2060 Super, these lower end cards, quote unquote, are still very, very good cards. The problem's not the cards. The problem is that people aren't building good products to run on these cards. And so these old games, though, like Quake 2 Remastered came out, and Quake 2, technically speaking, I think is just one of the best games to come out ever. And it got updated, and it has all of these new visual tricks that it does now, and all these new AI systems, and it runs like a fucking charm. One of the big reasons why I chose this game to build my stuff on is because of how it handles the lighting. Like, I love the shooting engine. I think the new enemy AI for the old enemies and the shooting mechanics and the movement and the navigation and the objective based game world, so ahead of its time. Yeah, man, I've been doing this shit for a long time, man. I've been doing this shit for a long time. I love this stuff. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. Oh, yeah. So with Quake 2, they added all this stuff, and one of the things they added to the engine was dynamic lighting. And you would see it used sparingly in the base game and the expansions and stuff. But since I saw that, I was just like, man, we need more of this shit. Look at the fidelity. All of these shadows that you've been seeing in this game world are all real time. These guys are not gonna see me. Every shadow here is real time. I actually had a flashlight in the game because they actually built a flashlight into this version of the game. But I took it out because I just feel like the AI is not optimized for flashlight gameplay just yet. It's real good for ambience though. But look, all these lights are fucking real time. And that shit just inspired the shit out of me. And so Batman Arkham, interesting. Yeah, I can see that. That's interesting. I hadn't made that catch, but it makes sense. A lot of Arkham takes place in especially the first one, them shits is in labs and very metal areas, a lot of blue, a lot of very, very stark comic book style lighting, which is kind of what I was going for. I love color saturation. And so that's kind of why I want to lean on that. And I actually feel like this engine looks so different when you splash it with color. And that's one of the things I want to show off. Here, I got that key. I want to go collect some weapons before I start fighting these guys, because this game, I did so many things to change this game up, the way it plays. Quake 2 is normally very fast. Just to kind of throw some numbers out there. The movement speed for this game, by default, they have a walk speed, a forward speed, and a side speed, and they're both set to 200. Here, I want to show you something. I turned them shits down to 68, I think. Because I want my player to actually explore. A lot of this stuff's gonna be quite interactive. And I have enough here to start testing, so that's what I'm trying to figure out now, is how I can start testing this stuff with people. But I turned the movement speed down a lot, and I made the enemies that are in the game stronger, they have more health. And it's a kind of a bespoke amount of health, you can multiply how much health they have. Oh, I have a key for one of these. Let me see. I can get into one of these rooms. Uh, I think this room has a shotgun. Yeah. Oh, I have to unlock it from the computer. That's right. So I need a blue key. Um, yeah, but I made the enemy stronger, and I have them set up to where like they have like an ambush setting in the game, and so I have all of the enemies set with the ambush flag toggled so that it gives the player the opportunity to actually assess their situation, and or I can get the drop on them at bespoke times. Thank you, I appreciate that. Never had one-on-one combo with a streamer. Really? Damn. Oh, you gotta pop into more streams, man. Streamers are fucking yappers, dog. That's one thing a streamer is gonna do is yap. I'm glad you stopped by. And this shit's kind of new for me. I've only really been doing this shit for like a month. Well, I've been dedicatedly doing this shit for like a month. Oh, I can get my machine gun now. I've dabbled in this shit for a long time and obviously done research. But yeah, I'm glad you like it, my friend. This is one of the things that I added to the game. Quake 2 don't really have a lot of stuff like this. Like they have keys and stuff, but the way that game normally works is like you walk up to if I'm at this door in like base Quake 2 and I'm like right here, the door will just open itself. But I had to tell it to not do that. And the way doors typically work, like these are technically doors, but they're lockers. And if I go up to it, like since this is a door, if I'm right here, this door is just gonna stay open. I would have to move my player character like way back here for this door to not, or for the door to close. But I have it made to where there's a trigger right on top of it. And if you really want to be like, if you really want to be a funny guy, you can hide yourself in the locker and like, play with the AI a little bit, and you can just go up and interact with it. And the doors also like slide up and down, but I made this little mechanic here where they can open like this, which is not typical in Quake 2. You gotta go. Hey, yo, thank you for stopping by, man. It's good to have some company around here, my friend. Good convo, man. I hope you have a wonderful day. Take care of yourself, bro. Let's see. Cool, man. This actually feels really good. I forgot how good the navigation actually feels. I think I can make some more space in this area, but I kind of like that. It bottlenecks right here because you can still get out. Uh-oh. Did you jump? Oh, I jumped off of that. Okay. Let's go back upstairs. This still feels pretty good. It's just directionless. So I kind of have my to-do list. I think what I should start with is my to-do list. Because there's a lot of gameplay here. There's a lot of world here. A lot of concepts. So let's make my to-do list. Wow, that was cool. Dang, this is really cool. Oh, that's locked. Used. Oh, that's right. I was building that one out. This actually is pretty fucking cool. I just need to make sure these rooms don't break. I actually have a feeling that I had an extra key that was in one of these rooms, and I'm hoping that was the reason why my shit was breaking. Damn. This plays really well. So I think the first thing I need to do before I start coding shit, I need to turn what's here into a demo. I need to create something out of this. Everybody keeps saying start small, start small, start small. And so I think what I need to do is start small. Instead of increasing the scope of my game, I think I need to take what's here and I need to turn it into something interesting, and I need to start shopping it. Hey, what's up, guys? About to decimate these niggas, man. They just watched their friend get firebombed. Oh man, he didn't see him through the glass. I think that's what happened. Oh shit! I think that guy was there. Oh, these glass. Oh, this glass isn't set to destruct. Wow, look at the lighting. Uh-oh. Damn. Okay, I need this glass to set. I need this glass to break real bad. Uh-oh. Ouch. Holy mother of God. Wow. I think I have everything I need up here. Man, it's really too bad that that glass didn't break. Oh, I love the fly mechanic. That is really clever. That's one of my favorite features in any game. Okay. So the enemy AI definitely needs to be optimized a little bit. And I might actually take the grenades out. Okay. I think I shouldn't. I think I should make getting in and out of the game very simple. And I'm kind of feeling like some of these keys should be optional. Oh, no. Ouch. Oh, no. That's real bad. Spawn frag. I forgot about that. Damn. Okay. So I need to take what's here and flesh this into a loop. I need a gameplay loop. Before I start changing too much of this shit. Shit, he saw me. Please. Ouch. Okay. I had the red key earlier, right? I did use the red key. So I have to figure out why the keys respawn. I have to figure out why the keys respawn, because that actually bothers me a lot. Shit, I forgot that. Wow. But why do the enemies respawn? Like, oh. Damn, I actually don't like the doors that open like that. Okay. That was good data. That was good data. Okay. So this is what we need to do. Let's think about this. We start in the master quarters, and our player character. What does our player character need to do? He needs to um okay, so let's see. Let's make another one. We'll call this objectives. Essentially, all the player character is going to have to do is um find the big red button and escape the bunker. We leave it real simple. Um find the big red button and escape the bunker. And so how do we build a game world around that? And why do my keys respawn? That's the thing that drives me crazy. Why are my keys respawning? And it only seems to be a specific key. Like the blue key doesn't respawn. I don't think. It's always I need to update this. It's always a red key. Okay. Oh fuck. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. So objectives. Find the big red button and escape the bunker. And so I think all that needs to happen is we'll say find the big red button and find the big red button in the server room and then escape the bunker. Okay, and so in order to do that, now we need a to-do list. So to-do list, we'll say start player in master living quarters. So that means I need to create master living quarters. And then I need to make the computer in the server room I need to create interactive big red button in server room. To unlock escape vault. Wait, create interactive big red button in server room. We'll call it we'll say to quote unquote initiate sequence. Let's see. We'll say create ugh. Let's see. Create escape route. Cool. There we go. All right. Create a master living quarters. Create a bunker exit in the master living quarters. This will end the demo. Perfect. Is this too loud? I don't think that's too loud at all. I think it's fine. I can't figure that fill out. I've been trying to figure that fill out. Solid. I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Felt like Usher in the shower yesterday, bitch. I was burning. Okay. All right, so we're gonna actually turn these into probably like little cards. All right, so we need to create the master living quarters. We need to create a bunker exit in the master living quarters. This will end the demo. What is this? Create interactive big red button. Can you just like, can you not do this? Can you go away? Generative AI. No, keep all that shit off. Alright, I just kind of like don't want you there right now, sir. That's for this session. Thank you. That's awesome. That's a fucking killer feature right there. Okay. Create an interactive big red button in the server room to initiate the sequence. That means, oh wait, I had actually started. I have an objective thing, don't I? Oh, that's fine. I'll just put it here. Objectives. Oh, we already know the objectives. Hit the button, exit that. Okay. So what we need to do, we need to create objectives. Can I turn these into like checkboxes? You know? Inline code, line syntax, numbered list, bullet list. I thought you could like turn shit. What is this? Oh, interesting. What if I want this to be like a checkbox? Aha! Oh. Do that you group prioritize that tasks visually. Set due dates and reminders from the toolbar on the left. You can? Oh shit. Alright. Okay. Okay. I have to create the master living quarters, create a bunker exit, Create a big red button in the server and initiate sequence. They create mission objectives. These will need compass data. So, let's see. It says initiate sequence. Gain access to server room. This will need compass data. Oh, these are turning into straight up stories. Create. Wow, okay. So these are gonna have to move. Can I just like move this? I can. It's like a different thing? Okay. Can I duplicate? I can. Okay. How do I delete these? Wait. I have a title to this list. Yes. Wait, why did... what if I want to add a title to this one? Title. Here we go. Oops. You know what? Delete the whole damn thing. I gotta... Oops. Delete this shit too. Create master quarters. Alright. I think that's all this needed, the master living quarters. Okay. What is this? Create interactive big red button. We'll duplicate this one. Make... Oops. Why would you do that? Create, initiate, sequence button in server room. Maybe I should just make this the objective. So I need to create the basic level geometry. I need to create bunker exit to end the game. Oh wait, no, this is wrong. I'm looking at the wrong shit. Okay. So I need to update server computer with hint. It's not a hint, it's really like world context. So I need to create a server PC hint prompt. Story hint prompt, I guess. And then I need to create the big red button. Initiate a sequence button. I think this is going to end up being its own task too. So this sequence button. Okay, so let's see what this will do. Oh, create initiate sequence button. Let's see, lock access to initiate sequence button. Key. Well, do I really need to do that if you have to have a key to even get into the room? So I need to create an interaction with already did that. Okay, so create initiate sequence button. I'm like losing track of shit. Oops. There we go. So create an interaction with the server PC to allow player access to bigger. So all right, there we go. I think that's worded a little better. All right, so create initiate sequence button in the server room. Lock access to initiate sequence button behind the server room PC. All right, that's pretty straightforward. So it'll probably be in the wall or something. And then, so we have all this stuff. Let's go ahead and just delete this. We have our living quarters. Create big red button. Initiate sequence. Mission objectives. initiate sequence. Okay. Needs compass data. There we go. Okay. Okay. Gain access to server. Oh. Okay. I stay spelling objective wrong. Oops. Oh, you're gonna have to find the escape hatch. No, maybe I won't do that. Exit level. Slide or something? Or something. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so those are our objectives. That's easy. So I can delete this whole thing. That's kind of all we need to do with that. So we need to create the master living quarters. We need to create initiate sequence button. And then from there, you can actually put the mission objectives in. And we can actually end it. That'll be kind of like our MVP. So maybe I should just make this my to-do list for now. I don't really want to start coding until I have to, you know what I'm saying? Because the code is going to take the longest, I have a feeling. So, I feel like it makes the most sense to flesh the level out. So let's go back to the level. Install it later. So I need to make the master living quarters, because that's going to be where our level starts. We kind of have a lot of information, like organizational information, and we have a lot of game here. And so I think the first thing we need to do is make this game like this, right? I think we need to like finish the game first. And then I think from there we can actually ship an MVP. We're gonna have to compile the game too. So let me make that an objective or a to-do list item. Compile game code. Compile prototype. I want to leave this blank. Because that's going to be important. So the things that need to happen first. We need to make this area. And you're going to, when you come out of this area, you're going to be greeted with this room. And there's a lot of stuff here to actually explore. And I actually make it to where these guys maybe... Well, look at that fucking shadow. Are you kidding me? I might make it to where these guys actually don't spawn until you've made some progress. So the first thing that needs to happen is you need to exit the living quarters. Once you exit the living quarters, there will be compass data. And that's essentially going to tell you gain access to the server room to initiate sequence. Right, and so your objective, the idea, if your objective is to go to the server room, initiate the sequence, the compass is actually going to tell our player that they need to go to the server room. And so they'll access the server room. They can use the compass. They're going to go all the way up here. They'll make their way here. And I could probably put some enemies in here that they can sneak around or something. And then once they get here, they're going to see that the server room is locked, because you need to access that computer. And so but you can't even get in there, so you need access to 2 keys before. Okay, so then we have another objective. We're gonna need to find a key to open this door. We need 2 keys. We need a blue key. We need a red key. So if I tell the player that they can access this from the admin's computer, maybe I should leave it like this. What they're gonna do is they're gonna find a blue key. So they're gonna go on the hunt. And they're gonna say, okay, I need a blue key. Where am I gonna find a blue key? And so they're gonna start scavenging. There's gonna be stuff here. File cabinets and shit. Where am I gonna find that goddamn blue key? So they go through all this work, and they're told to find a blue key, and one of 2 things are gonna happen. They're either going to find the blue key first, or they're gonna find the red key first. And my assumption is if they find the blue key first, what's gonna happen is they're gonna go back upstairs. They're gonna go back upstairs, and they're gonna use the blue key to access the admin room. If they've explored. Now that they're in here, they're going to use the blue key. Cool. Now they have access to this room. The light turned green. That's fantastic. There's stuff in here they can interact with. Once they get to this, they're going to be told they need the red key. Okay. So we have a shotgun now. There's stuff in the room. There's a health pack in there. That's nice. I don't need that. So I have the blue key, but now my player character is told that they need a red key. And the red key will open that door. Because that door is locked. Okay. So we're back on the hunt. There's a lot of doors we can go into. I might have to take out some of these doors, but I want to see if they'll catch on to the visual language. So currently, as it stands, so they're told they need a red key. They're either going to go upstairs to explore, to try to find the red key, or they're going to go back to the living quarters. They're going to say, well, I didn't explore all of the living quarters yet. Maybe it's there. And so maybe I could put a clue upstairs that says that the person who runs the admin rooms typically leaves his key. Is known to forget his key at home. I'm gonna run past this guy. He's pissed. So cool. So now they're exploring, and they made it past that berserker. They see this guy, and so they're gonna kill this guy. They're gonna open this door. Oh, they're gonna be maybe scared by this guy. They're gonna retreat. And they're gonna be low on ammo. And so this key right here is right in front of a secret route. And so now they have a dilemma. They might be stuck inside. They might be stuck in this room because of the berserker. So they go in here, they see a guy run out, and they're like, oh god, I'm low on ammo, so they're going to run this way. That guy's going crazy. They're going to run back outside. And now they have a new problem, which is this guy. And this is a big problem. I done got stuck in the damn door. Okay. Okay. So what is a player gonna do when they're presented with this scenario? That's a scary screenshot. What is it? What are they gonna do? Maybe I'll spawn one of these guys in the room. No, maybe I'll keep. So what's my player gonna do at this point? We've got to. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. That's great. Okay. Okay, so the only things that we really need to turn this to a game is objectives. They were real close. And I'm gonna make let me see, I'm gonna call this stories. I'm gonna call these user stories. And we're gonna call this to do. We'll say create alternate routes to access Okay, so I think the only thing that we really need right now, I could create a test version of this right now, so long as I had a living quarters, initiate sequence button in the server room, and mission objectives. I think if I have those things, I can actually start testing this. I'm gonna take my boys use the bathroom, and then I'm gonna go use the bathroom. But the next thing I need to do is I have to actually create living quarters, like a master living quarters area. That's crazy. That's pretty fantastic. Open reference map. What are you talking about? You deleted my reference map, you fucking asshole. You motherfucker. Why would you do that? Okay. Alright. I'm gonna take my boys over. I'll be back. Guys, I'm back. Okay. So I think the first thing we have to do, I'm gonna start that soundtrack over again. That's what I want to listen to. Jesus. Okay. I want to read this while I create. I mean, I want to listen to this while I create.
And then we write down our game design document or whatever, and we just think about it of like, in the past 10 months, I have made over 15 prototypes. And whilst some of them, well, most of them,
that's
have ended
right.
up in my graveyard pile of shame, never to be touched again because they were just bad prototypes, bad ideas and all of that. Some of them have become foundations of games that we have released to this day with good ratings. And I think part of why they were so successful was the fact that we did good prototypes in advance. It's something that I honestly 2 years ago didn't do at all.
All right, I gotta read this. Hold on, before you do all that. To set up Transroom for Quake 2 Remaster, download Transroom and Eric W. tools to have. Place the Quake 2 RE game files in the Transroom game folder. Configure Transroom. Okay, download and extract. Blah blah blah. I need to configure it. VK Quake for the that's not true. I need to add a new game. So confused. How do I make a new one? Oh. Are you crashing? Damn, yo. This computer will just crash, cuz. There we go. Okay. Look, it broke again.
Grab the Quake 2 RE folder from the zip file and place the Trench Broom folder. Grab the Quake 2 RE folder from the games now add becoming this is the selection menu, where you can choose which game you want to map for using the menu on the right. But before we select Quake 2 RE, we'll need to configure it by clicking the Open Preferences button on the left.
Wait a second. That's not even there for mine. It's like they removed it.
Left to our game.
He said
new map from the splash window.
new
This
map.
is the game selection menu. where you can choose which game you want to map for using the menu on the
Quake
right.
2 Remastered is
But
just not
before we
there.
select Quake 2 RE, we'll need to configure it by clicking the Open Preferences button on the left. From the Preferences window, select Quake 2 RE using the menu on the left. On the right, we're looking at some fields to configure our game.
Yep.
Set up for the compiling tools Trenchroom will use to convert our maps into playable Quake 2 levels.
Quake 2
First,
levels.
let's set up our game path. This will be set to the location of your Quake 2 re-release installation. Our copy of Quake 2 re-release is from Steam and by default can be found at this location. You'll find a link to a text file with this path and the rest of our configuration settings in the description below. Next, click on the Configure Engines button and click the plus button to add a new engine. First, we'll name our engine and then navigate to our Steam executable.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What did you just do? Oh, configure engines. I see.
The description below. Next, click on the Configure Engines button and click the plus button to add a new engine. First, we'll name our engine and then navigate to our Steam executable found here by default. Now,
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
obviously, Steam is not a game engine. The configured engine tells Trenchbroom which game application to use when launching our maps. Later, we'll pass the game ID of Quake 2 to Steam and piggyback our launch off of it. Finally, we'll add the paths to our compiling tools. The EricW tools we added to our Trenchbroom directory earlier. We'll add the
To the Trenchbroom directory, which I had on a desktop.
QBSP
EricW tools. It's not here.
exe to the BSP field, the viz.
QBSP. It's not here. Why is it there? Shambler, what is all this?
exe to exe to the BSP field,
QBSP.exe. Where did I put that stuff? I really thought I put it in here. But I didn't. Where did I put all that shit? I think maybe the first thing I should do before I start doing all this stuff is configure my game. I think I should compile my game. Maybe we should start there.
Down mouse 2, you can speed up.
We'll say Quake 2 modding. How to compile. Compiling the source. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Today's plan is to create a new entity for the game Quake 2. And
Damn, now I want some coffee.
yeah, I spent the last couple of days
Oh, this dude said playtesters loved my game. Players loved my game. That was the problem.
trying to get this done. And in today's stream,
Damn,
I kind of
cuz.
want to sum up what I've learned about entity creation for Quake engine a while. So let's get started.
Let's get started.
Bring up the main screen here. So, of course, the first thing we're going to need is the actual Quake 2 engine. And we have to go into the source code, otherwise Quake 2 cannot know about the entity we create, right? So in Quake 1, in the first Quake engine, there was something called Quake C. And I'm not too familiar with Quake 1 actually, but the way it worked is
Doom 3's BFG source code is on here? What the hell? It does not include functionality enabling rendering of stencil shadows. Other platforms, updated source code security issues. Wow. I can't believe Doom 3 source code is here. What is Carmack's reverse? Man, this is so fascinating. I done went down the damn rabbit hole. Hmm. Interesting. Damn, I done went down a damn rabbit hole. Wow. Okay. Cool. That was really cool. I'm glad I know that. But I'm here for Quake 2 source code. It says C. Re-release DLL. Do my OS. Cool. Damn, there's a lot of information here. Wow. Oh, look at this. Player movement, P move, is now handled as an export in both Game Export T and C Game Export T. This allows a game module to modify physics while still working with client prediction. PMove also received several upgrades, such as more bits for flags and full float positioning. Because a lot of movement quirks in Quake 2 were indirectly caused by the compression, these behaviors were retained. Trick jumping is now an explicit movement type, allowing for things like mega health box jumps to still work. Some fixes were made, like jumping higher below the 0 point of the map. Interesting. Entity spatialization underwent overhaul. Brush models will use the closest point on the B models. Abs min, abs max to the listener's origin. This allows moving brush models with sounds to make consistent sounds and be full volume if you're inside of them. Damn, look at this. This is extensive. Okay, cool. I'll have to read through that sometime, but
To get new game logic into the game, or like new behavior of monsters or whatever, you had only Quake C to do this, and it's kind of as far as I know, a subset of C, or yeah, not a subset. That's actually probably incorrect, but a syntax. It has a syntax like C, or similar to C. And
wow, this whole
you
file is very small.
allow modders allow to create new stuff for the game. In Quake 2, Quake C disappeared, and the whole architecture was kind of maybe the correct word would be kind of
Messy.
split up into
Oh.
modules.
Oh, modularized.
So in Quake 1, you had
Oh.
one exe file, one executable. You started, and the whole, like the renderer, the game logic, and the core engine were all compiled into one binary. Whereas in Quake 2, the whole things are split. The engine is split up into several components. So there's the core engine.
What is
which is the
FGD?
executable the user
It comes with
starts.
Eric W tools right inside of it. Are you kidding? Okay. Well, this is interesting.
That's when you click on Quake 2, the core engine starts, and then during runtime, it loads the components the user actually specifies. So for example, you could choose a renderer, like the software renderer, and it's kind of just an DLL, dynamic link library, and so it would load during runtime, and you would get the software renderer.
Okay, this is all great information, but how do I do?
Oh, we go VR and whatnot. So the good thing about this is that for modding, you have more options. You have the whole
Let me see.
you had here, and as you know, the Quake 2 re-release just came out.
That nigga was
along
taking
with
too
it,
long.
The source code that you can pull down and create your own mods with. And so in this introductory video, I'm going to go over how you can do that and build the code so you can start creating your own mods. As a prerequisite, you're going to need an IDE. They recommend Visual Studio in their documentation. That's what I'm going to be using here. I'm going to be using Visual Studio 2022. You install the desktop development in C++ is what you choose, as you can see here. You want to make sure that's selected when you install it. And there will be some other prerequisites that we'll have to set up here, but we'll go over that a little bit later. Okay, first things first, you're going to go to the GitHub page where the code exists, and you're going to pull down this code either through Git, or you can click on the green code button and just hit download zip, and put that somewhere, wherever, who cares. Next, you're going to find your Quake 2 game directory, and in Steam, that's in Steam Apps, Common, and then Quake 2. And then you're going to find, within there, there's a re-release directory. Within that directory...
Oh, okay, we're getting to the good stuff.
You're going to create a new folder and name it whatever your mod's going to be named. And you're going to take the source code that you downloaded earlier, and you're going to find the re-release folder within that source code, and you're going to copy and paste that re-release folder into your mod folder.
Wait, what?
Paste, and it's going to be named. Within that directory, within there, there's a re-release directory. Within that directory, you're going to create a new folder and name it whatever your mod's going to be named. And you're going to take the source code that you downloaded earlier, and you're going to find the re-release folder within that source code, and you're going to copy and paste that re-release folder into your mod folder.
Got it. Okay. Cool. So I have that here. And then I'm going to take... He said take the re-release.
That re-release folder within that source code, and you're going to copy and paste that re-release folder into your mod folder that you created. So if you go into that re-release folder now that you've pasted it there.
Got it. So I need a folder called C or SRC. And then I'm going to put re-release here.
You can look for a game.sln file. That's your Visual Studio.
Game.sln.
A solution file, and double click to open it, and this will launch Visual Studio.
Open it, and this will open Visual Studio.
Once Visual Studio comes up, you can see it might be a little set up a little different, but you can see there's the solution explorer.
This project was downloaded from the web. Trust this folder.
On the right, and there you can look at all the code. Up at the top, I'm going to change the environment.
Where's my phone? I done been so locked into this shit, I ain't even been using my damn phone. I would much rather make it to where I can like I don't want to have to be reliant on Quake 2. I want to compile my own. That's the whole reason why I'm compiling the damn source code.
Environment to release. And then if I'm going to try hitting build, and what you're going to find when you build right off the bat is you're going to have a failed build. You're going to have build errors.
Okay.
So let's go over how to fix those build errors. So
How did you build? What did you... No such file or directory.
So back within the Visual Studio setup, which I'm going to show you right here. So you're going to click on Visual Studio Installer, just like we saw earlier. And I'm going to modify my installation. Under Game Development for C++, if we click on that, we can see over to the right, there's installation details. And we want to make sure that VC package details, if we click on under, just like we saw earlier, and I'm going to modify my installation. Under Game Development.
So I thought I did. Hold on. Available. Damn, this app is hella slow. Okay, here we go.
For C++ installer, just like we saw earlier. And I'm going to modify my installation. Under Game Development for C++, if we click on that, we can see over to the right, there's installation details. And we want to make sure that VC PKG package manager is checked.
Okay, that's not even an item for me, motherfucker. Let's see. Did I click the wrong thing? I think I might have clicked the wrong thing. Desktop development with C. He said the wrong thing. VC package manager is checked.
You want to make sure that's checked if it's not, and I don't think it is by default. So you're going to want to check that and then click that modify button at the bottom lower right of that window. That's going to install the new stuff that you chose into your Visual Studio. And so when that's finished, we're going to come back into our solution here.
Back to the solution there. Okay.
We're going to go to Tools, Command Line, and then Developer PowerShell. And so the first command, this will all be in the description and notes for this video, but the first command we're going to want to run there is vcpkg integrate install. So that sets up your project to be able to use this package manager. After that,
Wait, that's not in there. Add line. Add line to add to the VKG package. I'm trying to type exactly what this dude is typing. VCPKG integrate install.
if you look in that source code directory, you'll find a JSON file called. Look in that source code directory, you'll find a JSON file.
After you run, blah blah blah. And now we're looking for a JSON file called vcpackage.json. Yeah.
JSON, double click that and open it up.
Click it, open it up.
And you can see here it's already kind of set up
It's already
for the two dependencies that we need.
dependency. Yes, it is.
FMT and JSON.cpp.
FMT and JSON.cp or JSON CPP. Oops. Damn, I wish the interface zoomed in more.
Now, this isn't quite ready to go. You have to add in this line called built-in baseline.
Built-in baseline.
And frankly, I don't know what this does. All I know is you need this to make it work. Again, look in the description. And
okay. Built-in baseline. And he puts that right before the curly bracket.
You'll see exactly what you need to copy and paste in here. But once you have that copied and pasted, you're going to save that off.
We're going to save it.
And come back into our command line that we had earlier. This
and we're going to go back to the command line.
PowerShell. And you're going to type in vc package install.
VC package install.
vcpkg install. Now this will fetch all the dependencies and set your project up so that you have everything you need. So now once that's all done,
how do you know to just do this type of shit?
We can go back and try building again, and it'll take a little second here, but everything should compile at this point.
Is he just calling it? Yeah.
Now once that's all done doing its thing, we can go back and try building again, and it'll take a little second here, but everything should compile at this point.
Did it work? Oh, wait. Game. Okay. It should work. Oh! Is it compiling? Is this the compile or is this the install? I think this is building. I think it's actually building it.
And we see that that is the case.
What did he say? I think it's actually doing it.
And it'll take a little second here, but everything should compile at this point. And we see that that is the case.
Hell. Voxel, what the hell are you doing? She's just down there cutting up. I swear.
And a little later on, we'll do a little hello world just to show you that it actually is working. But for now, we're just going to build it as it is.
Uh-oh, it broke.
This
It did not work. That's a lot of errors.
will generate a .dll file, and that's really the mod. So if we go kind of at the top level, inside that source directory we had,
We should have a game DLL file now. But we don't.
we're going to find this game x64.dll. Now, in my case, I created a source directory to dump everything in. But if you just put the code here, the point is we want that DLL to be at this top level. So right at my new mod folder, we have that's where we're going to paste this DLL, and that's how Quake 2 is going to find it.
Damn, I do not have a DLL file. It did not work. Okay, so what happened?
So last thing we're going to do here is set up a setup for the two dependencies that we need, which is fmt and json.cpp. Now, line called built-in baseline. And frankly, I don't know what this does. All I know is you save that off and come back into our command line that we had earlier, this PowerShell, and you're going to type in vc package install, vcpkg install. Now this will fetch all the dependencies and set your project up so that you have everything you need. So now once that's all done,
He said VC package install, right? $18 seconds. Okay.
doing its thing, go back and try building again, and it'll take a little
Save.
second here.
So
Its thing, we can go back and try building again. So now once that's all,
it looks like he
you'll
closed.
see
Okay, he
exactly
closed
what you
this.
need to copy and paste in here. But once you have that copied and pasted, you're going to save that off and come back into our command line that we had earlier, this PowerShell, and you're going to type in vc package.
All right, so now it's compiling. Let's see if we get errors this time. These are all the same error, it looks like. What does this mean? Your code uses a function, class, number, variable, or type def that's marked deprecated. Symbols are deprecated by using this modifier. Actual C 4996 warning message is specified by the deprecated modifier. I don't know what's going on.
It's really stressed me out.
Install bcpkg install. Now this will fetch all the dependencies and set your project up.
I must have
so that,
skipped a step or something.
the Quake 2 re-release just came out, and along with it, the source code that you can pull down and create your own mods with. And so in this introductory video, I'm going to go over how you can do that and build the code so you can start creating your own mods. As a prerequisite, you're going to need an IDE. They recommend Visual Studio.
Okay. Quake 2. You know what? This is what I'm going to do instead, because I'm not sure. How to compile standalone Quake 2 remastered game. Get the source code. Clone the official repository. How do you do that? The original Quake 2 game data. Okay. And then compile. This is what I want to do right here. How do you compile game code? We're going to fucking figure this out.
Source code, not of the core engine, but of the DLL actually, and you could reform or whatever.
I want to see what this guy's going to do.
That's what we do now. So we go into repositories, then
CMD.
or we fork it, whatever. Oh, I already have this here. 1 second.
I'm going to just copy exactly what this guy does. Okay, so he has a folder called repos.
No. So we go into
Okay.
The repositories.
And then he types in CMD from here. Fire. I didn't know you could do that.
Then clone it, or we fork it, whatever.
I'm gonna fork it. Oh, git clone. Sorry, that's what I'm going to do. Oh. Git is not recognized as an internal or external command. Oh, how do you set up Git to do this?
I already have this here. 1 second.
How do... Git for Windows is not installed. Got it. I don't know what any of this stuff is, so I'm just going to click yes on all of it. Look how much memory I'm using. I wonder if that's because I'm installing stuff. Okay, now let's retry that. Haha! It worked.
I released a game.
I thought I deleted it earlier. This is from a test. Let me make a new one actually. All right. So now we have Quake 2.
Now we have Quake 2.
The whole
I'm going to call this... Rapture Q2RE. I'm going to call this Rapture because we know what it is.
source code, and we can compile it. So this is a Visual C++ 6 project, as you can see originally. So
Quake 2... Game.slm. DSW? It's called a VC++ 6 project. It must be this. Oh, those are filters. This one, maybe? Quake 2 DSW.
I think this is actually the workspace file that we can open in Visual Studio. I'm going to use Visual Studio 2017 here. And it will do a one-way upgrade.
One-way upgrade.
Sounds good.
I can't deal with this nigga slurping on his shit and swallowing all hard.
Right. Okay. So here you can see in the Solution Explorer the components I was talking about earlier. Quake 2 is the actual executable. If you go into properties, you can see it's an exe, right?
So it did not compile. There's no exe.
It's the executable components.
What if there's like there's something else? Someone said there's a game file I can use. Maybe that's the one I need.
Right. Okay. So here you can see.
All right. Solution Explorer. Good. Okay. Solution Quake 2. Why is this locked?
See, and the Solution Explorer the components I was talking about earlier. Quake 2 is the actual executable. If you go into properties, you can see it's an exe, right? It's the executable.
He went to the exe of Quake 2, but I don't actually have. There's nothing in my directory that is even called Quake or even has that in the name.
Executable. So this is the only project that's actually runnable. So then we have refresh GL, that's the OpenGL renderer, and that's just an DLL, right? Same with the software renderer. And here game is also in DLL. And this is the game logic, if you will. And this is the parts of this component we actually need to modify later to get the entity into the game. And this is CTF. I think this stands for Capture the Flag. And it's basically, as far as I know, it's just also game, just the logic for Capture the Flag. But don't quote me on that.
Okay. C game? Is that what I'm looking for? No results found. Okay. Okay.
It's just
So what's confusing about this is mine just does not have these files.
it is that I've never actually looked into the code of that specifically. So what we do, we built that or try to build that.
I wonder what's gonna happen. It failed.
You can see this error. This
What happens if I build this? Let's try that. I'm seeing warnings all over the place. I think this is a directory issue. Or maybe not. This just doesn't feel like the complete code. There's not even an executable file. Hold on. Like, part of me feels like we need these files, right? I almost feel like we have to do both versions of the game. We have to do Quake 2 and we have to do the re-release. We have to do both. Okay. So I think I need all of this. And then I need the re-release code. I think that's how it works. Yeah, okay. I'm going to take... I don't need the downloads folder because I have a repos folder, which I prefer. I'm gonna take Rapture. Original. I guess I will keep this open. What is this original folder? I don't understand. What if I just like paste all this stuff in here? I kind of doubt I wanted to do that. Let's try something else. I'm going to take this stuff. I'm going to copy it, paste it all in here. And anything with the same name we're going to replace. And so now maybe we can go back.
Game also on DLL. So this is the.
Well, you know what? Let's try this. Let's close this. And now let's go to the re-release. Oh, big error. Oh, I didn't do the VC package install lines. Dude, hold on a second. Dude. Oh. Hey, stop. Dude, stop it. Okay, look. Anybody out there? Probably not a goddamn rule. Thank you for letting us know, though. Okay, he tripping.
The only project that's actually runnable.
Oh yeah, VC package install.
This you hear source to this. VR and Quake 2 is the parts built and but these are incompatible actually. Also on DLL. And this is the game logic, if you will, and this is the parts of this component we actually need to modify later to get the entity into the game. And this is CTF. I think this stands for Capture the Flag, and it's basically, as far as
I don't think there's any good sources of truth for this stuff.
Hi all, Stingy Hat here, and as you know, the Quake 2 re-release just came out, and along with it, the source code that you can pull down and create your own mods with. And so in this introductory video, I'm going to go over how you can do that and build the code so you can start creating your own mods. As a prerequisite, you're going to need an IDE. They recommend Visual Studio in their documentation. That's what I'm going to be using here. I'm going to be using Visual Studio 2022 Community Edition. It's totally free. You can go download it right now. Make sure when you're installing it, you install the desktop development with C++ is what you choose. Want to make sure that's selected when you install it. And there will be some other prerequisites that we'll have to set up here, but we'll go over that a little bit later. Okay, first things first, you're going to go to the GitHub page where the code exists, and you're going to pull down this code either through Git, or you can click on the green code button and just hit download zip and put that somewhere, wherever, who cares. Next, you're going to find your Quake 2 game directory, and in Steam, that's in Steam Apps, Common, and then Quake 2. And then you're going to find within there's a re-release directory. Within that directory, you're going to create a new folder and name it whatever your mod's going to be named. And you're going to take the source code that you downloaded earlier, and you're going to find the re-release folder within that source code. And you're going to copy and paste that re-release folder into your mod folder that you created. So if you go into that re-release folder now that you've pasted it there, you can look for a game.sln file. That's your Visual Studio Solution file, and double click to open it, and this will launch Visual Studio. Once Visual Studio comes up, you can see it might be a little set up a little different, but you can see there's the solution Explorer on the right, and there you can look at all the code. Up at the top, I'm going to change the environment to release, and then I'm going to try hitting build. And what you're going to find when you build right off the bat is you're going to have a failed build. You're going to have build errors. So let's go over how to fix those build errors. So back within the Visual Studio setup, which I'm going to show you right here. So you're going to click on Visual Studio Installer, just like we saw earlier. And I'm going to modify my installation. Under Game Development, at Manage, right? Stuff, we're going to come back into our solution here. We're going to go to Tools, Command Line, and then Developer PowerShell. And so the first command, this will all be in the description and notes for this video, but the first command we're going to want to run there is vcpkg integrate install.
Wait, Quake 2 re-release? That's not right. Found a suitable location for browsing database and intelligence.
So that sets up your project to be able to use this package manager. After that, if you look in that source code directory, you'll find a JSON file called
This dude moves at like a breakneck speed.
vcpackage.json. Double click that and open it up. And you can see here it's already kind of set up for the two dependencies that we need, which is fmt and json.cpp. Now, this isn't quite ready to go. You have to add in this line called built-in baseline. And frankly, I don't know what this does. All I know is you need this to make it work. Again, look in the description and you'll see exactly what you need to copy and paste in here. But once you have that copied and pasted, you're going to save that off and come back into our command line that we had earlier, this PowerShell, and you're going to type in vc package install, vcpkg install. Now this will fetch all the dependencies and set your project up so that you have everything you need. So now once that's all done doing its thing, we can go back and try building again, and it'll take a little second here, but everything should compile at this point. And we see that that is the case. And a little later on, we'll do a little hello world just to show you that it actually is working. But for now, we're just going to build it as it is. This will generate a
Is it working?
.dll file, and that's really the mod. So if we go kind of at the top level,
Oh, it crashed. Oh, no, it didn't. Ah, I did it.
inside the mod. So if we .dll file, and that's really the mod. So if we go kind of at the top level, inside that source directory we had, we're going to find this game x64.dll. Now, in my case, I created a source directory to dump everything in, but if you just put the code here, the point is we want that DLL to be at this top level. So right at my new mod folder, we have, that's where we're
Wait, where did it put mine? There it is.
going to paste this DLL, and that's how Quake 2 is going to find it. So last thing we're going to do here is set up a shortcut to run our mod. So we're going to right click on that Quake 2 exe, create a shortcut. We'll copy and paste that into our mod folder. This part you don't have to copy and paste it into your mod folder, but for ease, that's what we're going to do. And right there in that target, we're going to add the lines plus set game and then the name.
But I want to make a standalone version. Oh, currently only the game DLL source code for Quake 2 Remaster has been officially released, not the full engine source code. The engine used for the remaster is id Software's proprietary Kex engine, which has not been made public. Therefore, you cannot compile the standalone engine from the officially released source code. Huh. The release code is for modding the game logic and compiling it as a dynamic link library that runs within the existing precompiled Kex engine. Lame. If you wish to compile a standalone Quake 2 engine, you must use one of the many community-developed source ports based on the original 1998 release, such as Yamagi Quake 2 or Quake Spasm. Damn, so you can only release mods through Quake 2 Remastered. So that's fine. That's good to know, though. Damn, okay. That answered my question pretty good, didn't it? Damn. Okay. That changes a lot of stuff, man. That's okay. So it's a mod. That's fine. Most importantly, we just want to get the motherfucker up and running. It's going to be hard to like shop it. People are going to have Quake 2. That adds a level of complexity. That's for sure. But that's okay. So Quake 2 Enhanced, the source code does not exist because it's tied to Kex. And the source code is really not, it's not the same. It ain't quite the same as like the original Quake 2 source code. I would have to actually recreate the game or re-render the game in Yamagi and then figure out how to put them graphic settings in myself. That's something we can revisit later, though. Look at this. And it's mostly based on C. So I would have to learn C. Okay. Well, you know what? I think what we're going to do is I think we're just going to stick to making this a mod and then changing things at this source code level. We got the motherfucker to actually like compile. So that's a huge step. That's the first time we've actually managed to make that happen. And look at all this fucking code we have access to. That's fantastic. And so, okay. We'll do. We have our fucking GameX 64. Damn, so now we have to reset up Trench Broom. And the maps will be in here. Okay. Well, that means these GameX 64s, these are going to be put in I'm starting to see what this guy was saying now. Uh-oh.
an idea, and then
The viz.exe.
Your mod. Add, copy and paste it into your mod folder, but for ease, that's what we're going to do.
Okay.
Shortcut to run. We want that 64.dll. Now, in my case, I created a source directory to dump everything in. But if you just put the code here, the point is we want that DLL to be at this top level. So right at my new mod folder, we have that's where we're going to paste this DLL, and that's how Quake 2 is going to find it.
Got it. Okay. So we are going to go back to our Quake 2 thing. Re-release Rapture, because this is our mod.
So last thing we're going to do here is
And these are our maps. We'll put the game X.
set up that's how my new mod folder. We have that's where we're going to paste this DLL, and that's how Quake 2 is going to find it. So last thing we're going to do here is set up a shortcut to run our mod. So we're going to right click on that Quake 2
Right click Quake 2 exe.
create a shortcut. We'll copy and paste that into our mod folder. This part you don't have to copy and paste it into your mod folder, but for ease, that's what we're going to do. And right there in that target, we're going to add the lines plus set game and then the name of your mod. And this will, when we double click on it, will launch Quake 2 right into our mod.
You know what sucks? Like I had a whole bunch of shit set up, and when I updated Trench Broom, it deleted it all. Fucking asshole. Okay.
Plus set game and then the name of your mod. And this will, when we double click on it, will launch Quake 2 right into our mod. And I'm going to demonstrate that shortly here. And once the game is loaded up, we're going to hit tilde, and that's going to bring down the console. And if we type in the word game and hit enter, it's going to say game is new mod. And that's how we know the game is launched into our mod.
Okay.
But right now the mod is literally just Quake 2. There's actually no changes, obviously, that we made here. So let's just go over a real quick change we can make to the game just to prove that we are in fact building it and it is running our code. So we're going to go into our Solution Explorer and we're going to find the file g_weapon.cpp. We want to find the function void fire blaster. So go ahead and locate that, and we're going to paste this code that you see here.
Oh. Oops. Void Fire Blaster.
Now what this is going to do is print a message, void fire blaster. So go ahead and locate that, and we're going to paste this code that you see here. Now what this is going to do is print a message to the center of our screen every time
What is that called? Loc center print. Self.
we fire the blaster, or the hyper blaster, I guess, for that matter, but in this case, the blaster. So we're going to go ahead and build that. We're going to make sure we copy that DLL out to the
Is it actually gonna build it? Oh my god, it did it! No, build everything. I think it did. I think it did.
the root of our mod folder. And paste it over the one that we had there earlier. We're going to hit our shortcut.
Okay. That's in the mod. And this should be the new one. Yep. And it's new. It actually did it. It compiles so fast. Copy, paste, replace.
To launch the game.
Launch the game.
We're going to launch into a new game. And forget that there's a big introductory cutscene and frantically hit the escape and click the mouse buttons until the cutscene gets escaped out of. And then we're going to start. You can see here whenever I'm firing the blast for the two dependent.
Damn it. Map, let's see. Bunker B2. It worked. Oh my god, this nigga is so fast. Look, it worked! Okay. 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 Let me think. They said they moved a bunch of shit. P move. What is P move? This is for objects. M move. What is M move? Player H. This is used for communication out of SV move step to say what entity is blocking us. M check bottom returns false. If any part of the bottom of the entity is off of an edge, that is not a staircase. Check for corners, okay. Rogue is bad ahead. I wish I could like actually search like the inside of it'll be in CG main. Globals. What file handles player speed? Quake 2 remastered file handles player speed. Let's see. Screen chase commands combat function main G, maybe G man. Deathmatch. Game rules. Monster pass. Coop player collision. No nukes. These are flags. Spawn entity. Pre-init game. This will be called in the DLLs first loaded, which only happens when a new game is started or a save game is loaded. Okay, makes sense. Max clients, FMT, max split players, server info. Oh, hello. Look, we're already to it. Init save. Gun X, look at this. Gun X. Is this for first person? Gun X, Gun Y, Gun Z. This is all set to 0. Seed RNG. What does that mean? Fix me. SV prefix is wrong for these. Roll speed is 200. Roll angle is 2. Max velocity is 2000. Max velocity is 2000. SV gravity, I'm going to set this to 1100. Let's see if that works. Let's save this. And let's see if that worked. That was one of the first things that we needed to change. Copy that. Let's move this up here. And then we're going to take this file here. Place. And we're going to start our game. So let's go right to the conference room. Okay. Dude, the movement speed on this game is fucking insane, cuz. Okay, we don't want that. That's so fast. Also, that did not change what I was hoping it would change. So the prefix is wrong for these. So SV gravity, GI, CVAR, fix me. Kex, Instagib. No. Barrel. No flags. All right, I'm in the trenches. Flood control. Password. DM flags. Items. Initiate all entities for game. Void shutdown game. Get game API. Returns a pointer to the structure with all entity points and global variables. Client and server frames. Calculate player views. Now it's pushing damage. Added. Okay. Returns the created target change level and DM level. Check need pass. DM rules. Road exit level. N64 fade. Oh, look at that. Advances the world by 1 second. 0.1 second. Interesting. Reload the map. Start save if restart time is set. There's so much to actually tinker with. See if it's the end of deathmatch. Player state for all. So a lot of this seems to be multiplayer. This has to be done before world logic because player processing happens outside of a run frame. This seems to be multiplayer stuff. Okay. Monster physics. Physics? Push move objects do not obey gravity and do not interact with each other or trigger fields, but block normal movement and normal push objects. On ground is set for tossed objects when they come to a complete rest. Doors, plats, etc. are solid BSP and move type push. Bonus items are solid trigger touch. Corpses are solid knot and move type toss. Solid edge items only clip against BSP models. Are these? Oh, I see. SV check velocity. SV add gravity. SV push. Where do I edit gravity? You would think it'd be here, right? Like a global gravity setting. Toss, bounce. What's in here? Game.h. Okay. Player states. Gun angles. That's interesting. dead monster. What is this? These flags? Hmm. Man, I wonder where you find it. There's so much code to scrub through, but I know it's here. Okay, so there's actually... Oh. So each monster has their own, like, little subsection of code. Which means the player probably does too, right? This file is generated by Q data. Do not modify. Okay. P client. Oh, hello. This is getting interesting. Look at killer. That must be when you die. Yep. Rogue stuff. I don't even know what rogue is. Peril, Kex, blah 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 blah. This is only called when the game person initializes in a single player, but it is called after each death and level change in deathmatch. Player health, backups, killer 50. Okay. Save client data. Okay, okay. Select spawn point. Oh, this is interesting. Players range from spot. Return the distance to the nearest player from the given spot. Returns the distance to the nearest player. Okay. Player. Float. Best player distance. Best player distance. Why would you need to see that? I wonder. Interesting. Rogue. Peril Kex. Ground entity. View height. Okay. Clear entity values. Landmark spawns can sometimes cause intersecting spawns, so we'll do a sanity check here. We spawn in somebody else, so we're going to change their spawn position. Crazy, I'm like literally learning about all of this type stuff. Through boot dev, so I can kind of figure out how to piece some of this stuff together. Collision spawn orange. I wonder where these are tied to. Or what else is this associated with? Climb big. Let me see. Trigger gravity support. Okay. M move? What is this? Oh, this is for blocking shit. Not quite what we need. P client? What is that? A lot of this shit is actually in the client now, I think. Trigger gravity support. I was here before. P move. And the entire solution. Move type walk. Local. G main. Level gravity. SV equals SV gravity value is C variable is modified. SV gravity. Where do you find this level of gravity? Where do you find this? SV gravity. This is in main. Stop speed PGM. This was defined in GFizz. Wait, go back to the last one. Pull towards velocity, no gravity. ENT16 underscore T gravity. What does that mean? What is this stuff? Collision detection. Lower bits are stronger. Will eat the weaker brushes completely. Okay. Rating contents are non-visible. Don't eat brushes. Current content. Value will hold the light strength affects game physics. Don't draw turbulent waterwork. Don't bother referencing the texture. These are flags. Shucks, a tracer's return when a box is swept through the world. Okay. Boom, here it is. Level gravity. What is this for? Fire grenade. Oh, this is for the grenade launcher. No. We want to change the level gravity. We don't. Float gravity adjustment. So fire grenade. Is this for grenades? I think grenade for Edict T self. Void. If the level time grenade explodes, then return. If self over velocity or self to velocity, I don't know what that means. Float P equals self, float Z equals self, float speed, frac equals clamp. Sounds like a function. Self velocity length squared divided by self speed times self speed. Interesting. Self angles. Void fire grenade. What do you mean void fire grenade? Grenade G spawn origin start if up adjusts gravity adjustment level gravity. I don't know that I want to change the gravity for how the projectiles work just yet. Fire grenade 2. No. Add gravity. Where are we adding gravity to here? Grapple. Okay. Also for the grappling hook. We don't care about the grappling hook. Move, step type, gravity, special, edge handling. Enum move type. Now I think we're maybe getting somewhere. Air acceleration, modify, gravity, modify. So there's like a gravity in here, a gravity toggle in here, somewhere, like a global one that I have not found yet, because everything's referencing it. Look at this. Float gravity. Dodge. Interesting. Add gravity. Oh. Move. Close enough. What is this stuff for? Oh, there's a lot here. Damage flags. Combat. G monster. Raphael. Oh, gravity. Flow gravity. 1.0 normal. Gravity vector. Move type walk. It would have had to have been towards the top or in one of these previous files if everything is referencing it. I think I'm in too deep already. Uh-oh, what'd you just do? Find awe. Local, move type walk, move type step, move type toss. C-bar gravity equals C-bar 1100, no flags. Would these say fix me? C-bar is modified. Level gravity equals SV gravity. It's a value. I don't know what that means. Monster physics. Push move objects. SV add gravity. Where is that at? SV add gravity. Ah. Look at that. And that's not a comment. What does that mean? What is this? Push entity. We're not going to touch that. Add gravity. Add gravity except what? Flying monsters. Was on ground. Water under. Level gravity. Level gravity. Was on ground. Add gravity. That's so strange. Save, spawn, target, trigger, utils, weapon, berserk, boss, move. What is that nigga doing, bruh? So, you know, maybe what I need to look for, instead of like a gravity setting, because I can change these per level, maybe instead what I need, maybe I could look for some of this other stuff. So like forward speed. Float speed, current speed, move speed. No, I don't want a float function. Roll speed. Main. How fast Viper should fly. Self speed. Here we go. What is that for? Single player miscellaneous. Lava ball. Fuck! Okay. If speed is greater than the max velocity, adjustment, float, new speed, new control. I have a feeling this shit, it would have to be way higher. How fast this should be moving. Target, trigger, weapon, actor. Actor. I think this is the information we're looking for. What was this? An M actor? M actor. Okay. Speed thrown forward, default 200. For jump only. This is sub 100. Huh? What does that mean? Quick, miscellaneous actor. Let's go through this stuff. What is this stuff? AI run. AI turn. Nah. So all this is talk about forward speed. Fix me. Swimming monsters just follow their velocity in the air. What we're doing towards probably died or something. Or what we're going towards probably died or something. Okay. Go right for the center. Static idea. Okay. Okay, current flow speed. Current speed. What is current? So change speed. Current speed. 200. The closer we are to 0, the more we can change directions. If we're pushed past our max, we shouldn't turn at all. It's crazy. I don't think they have any value set up in this at all in regards to movement. It looks like this is all based on math. Okay, so let's try something else. Was it CL forward speed? Let me see. Quake 2. How to, let's see, Quake 2 remastered. How to change forward speed in code. Oh, navigate to your Quake 2 installation folder. There should be an autoexec.cfg. Oh, in my save. That's probably in my documents folder. It's not? So, Steam, where are you putting my saves, brother? Oh, here? Here we go. Aha! Uh-huh. Okay. I don't remember what I had the move speed set to. It was like 68, right? Uh-oh. What happened there? Did I not save it? I did. Oh, I see what happened. Code was off like that. What if I can set the gravity? P client, P view, or P move. P client, P move, P client. Search for the gravity in the code, which looks like PM velocity 2 equals blah 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 blah. To change the global gravity, locate SV gravity initialization with all 800 and change it. That's what I've been looking for. Change it during gameplay via code, player movement. Change the logic to SV gravity. Permanently or conditionally. Example change, a lower gravity. C gravity equals GI var. Oh, gravity 100. Aha. So probably up higher if all of this stuff is gravity, right? Air move. Like it's higher up. This is water. So this is the only place where gravity is. It's gotta be here somewhere. Modify P-move player mod logic to change the SV gravity variable permanently or conditionally. So that's what I need to find. I need to find that variable, SV gravity. That's what I need to find. There should just be like something in this move file. There's no way. There's nothing in here. Okay. That just says fix me. SV prefix is wrong, please. Where else did it say it could be? P client, maybe? Okay, so it's in P move. They said it could also be in P view. Okay, so it's in move somewhere. It's somewhere in here. Now you're saying it's not in here. But that's cat. What about if I type in look for GI gravity? Or are we looking for S gravity? I just don't think this is right. Start to the application of gravity in the code. And then change the global gravity, which is what I was trying to do. Locate the SV gravity initialization. Oh, what is this? Level gravity. I'm gonna change this. Let's see if that worked. Build. Lobby state change. What's up with that? Oops. I think the gravity change worked. How do you look up the gravity? Let's see. How to level. Wait, click to sea level gravity. Console. SV gravity. Oh yeah, duh. Cool. So the gravity change worked. CL walk speed did not seem to work. CL forward speed. Set CL forward speed is 200. So we don't want that. They're making progress. Okay. Is this for water or general movement? Stop speed 100, max speed, movement parameters, ladder speed, water speed. Accelerate, max speed, stop speed. Float frame time. So these are the parameters. Okay, okay. So that's great. That's great to know. I think we just found something very important. So add currents. So let us be forward move. So forward move speed minus 200F, or then 200F, and then positive 200F. I wonder what this goes to. Clamp the speed a bit so we're not too fast. Oh, this is for ladders. Let's keep moving. Limit horizontal speed when on a ladder. This is also ladders. Water move. We don't want to touch the water move. Air move. We don't want to touch. Check special move. We don't care about the special move. Check for ladder. Flat forward. Quick check that something is blocking us going forward. Velocity 350. This is for water jumps. Accelerate. Friction. What is this? Fly move? Dead move? Clamp angles? We want one of the more earlier instances. The movement parameters, I think, is what we really want. No good. What does that mean? Generic code to detect and fix stuck object. Trace, no good. Potentially a good side. Start from our center. Push back to the opposite side to find how much clearance we have. Check the delta. All the levels will be zeroed before each P move, just to make damn sure we don't have any differences when running on client or server. Structure PML underscore T. I don't know what that means. Full float precision. Full float precision. Forward right up. Float frame time. Round surface. P move. P move T. And config. Stop speed. So it said the move speed was 200, but none of these seem to say that. Now, and why would that be the case? So if our max speed is, I'm very confused by how this breaks down. Keybinds. Okay, this is kind of important actually. I'll come back to that. Still run 0. Everything says underscore 0 on the end of it. I'm gonna put that. Maybe that's why it's not working. I wish I could make it skip the splash screens. Fast this nigga runs, bruh. That's strange. Oh. Bro, that nigga upstairs makes so much noise, and it is so annoying, bro. Why does that nigga have to make so much fucking noise? And didn't I like change some shit in here? It like deleted it. I'm gonna say set CL forward speed _0 to 68. I think that's why it wasn't working. Bob skip? What the fuck is Bob skip? What is Bob skip? One. Let's see if this works. Because I think it's just deleting shit. No, I don't think it worked. Everything seems to be working right. Here. Bot entity manager. CL forward speed is 200. So it's not. And it's overwriting my settings file. So this really didn't do anything that I wanted it to do. Maybe these are things I just have to change in the prompt? But that's kind of obnoxious. Well, you know what? It's fine. I managed to change the gravity settings, so what I'll do is I'll just go into this and I'll just edit the properties and I'll change these settings here. Comment. Wait to on normal window. Icon started. Okay. Oh, right, because I have these extra. Why are you not letting me change that? Maybe because it hadn't completely closed. Nigga, what? I literally just changed the shit, dog. Like, is it still running or something? It's not running. You're just not letting me change the parameters for some reason. That is really fucking annoying, bro. Let's see, why won't Windows let me change target settings and shortcut? Love that. Okay. I'm just gonna copy all that, cancel, and I guess we're just gonna delete it. And then we're gonna make a new shortcut. And we're gonna move that into our Rapture directory. And we're gonna show more options. I don't know why it wasn't letting me change anything. It is so weird. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna delete these. Maybe this also caused an issue. And maybe we could tell it Bob skip too. There we go. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to make it to where let's see, Quake 2 Remastered. How to change when footstep sounds trigger in source code. Quake 2 Remastered footstep sounds are triggered by surface material detections. A new feature added to this version rather than purely animation-driven frames from the original 1997 code. To change when footstep sounds trigger source code. You must modify how the game detects the surface materials under the player and how it links that material to an audio event. Okay. The source code for the remastered version, often found under Quake 2, moves away from solely using Quake 2 native C interpretation for animation and instead use material system. That's great. Surface mapping. The engine now supports attaching a material name to each texture, which is used to play a unique footstep sound. Footsteps are likely handled in player movement or animation related files in the original source mapping to change trigger conditions. To modify the timing and conditions of the footsteps in the code, locate the material check. Search the code base for where the player's foot position is traced downward and find a surface material. Okay, and that's probably going to be in this in P player. There is no P player. There is a P client and a P move. There's an M player, but we can't. I don't think we can modify M player. It's probably going to be P move. Search the code base where the player's foot position is traced downwards. So let's look for trace. Okay, found it. Clip velocity. Okay. Adjust the trigger timing. Instead of relying on a frame in the animation sequence, the new system uses material detection. To make footsteps occur earlier or later, you would alter the logic that determines when the trace occurs during the walk-run cycle. To use surface definitions. Okay. The game maps specifically surface to sounds. Oh, the game maps specific surfaces to sounds via surface parameters. Modifying the surface parm in the map files or updating the table mapping to these sounds will change which sound plays, but not necessarily when. The engine uses SVC sound package to manage sound origins. If modifying the position of where the sound spawns, ensure PS fixed origin is handled correctly. So I need to learn more about this trace function, because I have a feeling it's tied to how much ground the player covers. So like if you run a certain amount of time or a certain distance over a certain amount of time, it'll trigger a step. That's my theory. So let's see. Oh, and now I'm blind. Okay. So clip velocity returns blocked flags. Blocking other steps kills velocity. Trace PM clip. Trace PM trace. Okay, so this looks like a function. Okay, if PM spectator, return PM clip. If content's none, and if PM type is dead, he's not dead. Only here to satisfy PM trace. Inline PM trace. Step slide move. Each intersection will try to step over an obstruction. I don't know why. I don't know what I did there. I hope I didn't break anything. Okay. Generic code to fix a stuck object. Hi, baby. Sound. Jump sound true. Oh, hello. Hi, aminals. Jump height. Swimming, not jumping. Okay, this is interesting. Jump sound false. What if, let's see, entire solution. Footstep. Okay, ground entity. Death ball. This is local. T filter must be a type that is invocable with the signature bool edict T. It must return true if the entity given is valid for the given filter. Monster footstep. Okay. What if I type in footstep? What will it return? Footstep, footstep. Chan footstep 6. Audio channels? Sound channels, yep. Always override a playing sound on that channel. Word. Events. EV, if ground entity, if was on ground, EV footstep. EV footstep. What is EV footstep? New speed. What do we have here? Swimming monsters who are in the air. Okay, this is for the monsters. I don't really want to touch this stuff. This is something N64 does to avoid doors opening at the start of the level, which triggers some monsters to spawn. Crazy. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hi, baby. You want me to do some dishes? Hey, you want me to do some dishes?
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this a dedicated Quake 2 person.
Wait, that sounds fun.
And I have the code loaded up in Visual Studio. I've been actually like tinkering around and like changing parameters and reading the functional history. And so this is gonna be a good way for me to learn how to make my way around a lot of stuff. And I'm starting to see parallels already from like Python and all this stuff. Like the way like functions and shit is like structured out. It's very similar. It seems to also be in chronological order. Like you don't access the code once you write it. It's what's called chronological.
Yeah.
So like you can't have something up here that relies on something down here. The part that's relied on the parent has to be in the code first.
Yeah.
And so understanding that concept has made it to where I can like, I know I don't have to dive too deep into like a file before I start, if I'm like scrolling down and looking for information, I'm probably too far because all of these parameters rely on open functions. So, if you agree, why didn't you teach me that, huh? Miss Game Master, Miss Professional. I have better things to do than worry about your code.
You didn't give me a per box. Oh my god. For free? Like
You starting to sound like a loot box. I already gave you one. One per pop equals 22.5% chance of him. And guess what? 4 come in the pack, and that means you still might not get the answers after you give me all the per pops.
Like a gotcha. You might gamble it all away.
Yeah. And she's like, well, at least what did EA say? At least you get the experience or some shit like that. At least.
I was making my own game, I have to make all my own art, I have to make all my own enemies with like all their own modules and animations. So it's fine. The mod approach is good because I can actually use assets that I like. Also, your shit is done, baby.
He smells the chicken. I mean, I heard a rumor that you were allergic to chicken. Thanks a lot.
10 years ago, or even 5 years ago, or 15 years ago, that see all these good points, and then you just opt out. You know, you don't want to be that scrub that is going to get made fun of by these guys. You know, it's like, well, that guy said it, and I'm part of stuff that, vanquish it. And, I don't want to ask these guys are going to make fun of how bad I just read like favorite sometimes. You know? Yeah. Yeah, because they just fucking talk for no reason. But you can celebrate yourself and toot your own horn without putting the rest of the community down for not being as good as you are. Like, because people internalize that shit, and you'll never know. Like that dude he's been a top level player for as long as I've been around him, and he's been acting that way the entire time. It's like gotta be language matters. Words mean things. Yeah. Well, it's because I've been doing this for second phase. I put that mirror up, you know? Yeah. I'm just saying what needs to be said. I'm down to play with them. I just don't like a lot of the niggas, man. Like, don't talk crazy to me, man. Well, now it's like they don't even be talking crazy to me. I mean, some of them do, but don't talk crazy around me because I don't have a filter anymore. I'm on a self healing journey. All right, I'm like the police chief on Bad Boys 2 when he started going woosah because he was trying to control his anger. That's me. I'm constructing a filter, ain't there yet. So I had one and it broke. Y'all niggas broke it. Saying dumb shit. I know you didn't mean to, but that don't mean now change the fact that you did, motherfucker. Shit is broke. I don't want to listen to y'all. Even if you're saying something smart, I'm just gonna automatically assume that you have no idea what you're talking about. Thank you for encouraging me to take the day off. I can't believe I actually compiled code today. I'm literally like reading through it, and like most of it makes no sense, but it kind of does. But you have to piece together the logic. That's the crazy part. Like a lot of this shit is like piecing together what they were trying to get at. Um, but this shit also kind of got me feeling like I want to take on a bigger project when I'm done with this one. Like listening to the YouTubers talk about keeping a scope small, made me realize that I kind of already have a game built-ish. Like, the only thing that's missing as far as like a prototype for my game is just like a couple objectives. Like I just need like, I 2 objectives: press the big red button and exit the bumper. That's it. That's all. And I'm just gonna let people loose on it. Find a way to get to the server and find a way to let me know how. And with the objectives being so simple, you don't have to do most of the exploration. I want to find a way to reward. So it's almost kind of maybe almost a complete game almost. If you were saying don't spend more than 3 months on your first project, shit. And another thing they said is like make games based off of the game. And and that's just as valuable. Like they were like, you're not gonna make God of War, you're not gonna make like Call of Duty, you're not gonna make Resident Evil, you're not gonna make Assassin's Creed. Those people, those games have hundreds of people working on them. You're not gonna make like be honest with yourself. Oh, damn, that's really true. Because at first, when I first heard them when they came out, well, why not? Well, why not? And they were like, they literally employ hundreds of people that make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, yeah, no, you're right. I well, you put it that way. Anyway. I'm so excited. I'm almost at a point where I can tell people, try out my game and let me know what you think. I'm gonna have to actually make like a fucking ModDB page and like social media and stuff. And I actually think what I want to do is I want to make Rapture like an entry point to like this world that I'm building. And so this will probably just be like the first game in this world. I'll probably just flesh the whole thing out. And I'm gonna use like my Strong story as a basis for the entire universe's story. But I'm gonna like on my next game probably change some names and some small things so that it's more like this stuff happened in a parallel universe, you know, with their links. Like the Strong don't exist, but this other force exists. Like Yes. Okay. All right. Where did we leave off? Okay. Where do we leave off? Oh yeah, we were trying to find where the footsteps happen. Let's see. Oh, hello. But it doesn't matter. Audio. And raising limits to support more voices or faster CPUs. Okay. We now support attaching a material name to each texture. This allows traces to return the material service if it hits. We expose many of the bot navigation functions, allowing the game to manage route planning to and from arbitrary points. It still requires manually placed navigation points. However, while we initially investigated nav mesh generation through projects like Recast, we decided they would not fit within our development schedule. We decided to set on improving tools for bots. Result Quake 2 AI had some very basic functions to feel its way through the environment. Now that AI can set a goal to move near you. Around a, okay. Okay. Let's see. If was on ground, if hits ground, trigger footstep. Resets every time they move. Touch triggers will set it back to program. I think this is for the monsters. No, this has physics. Bust speakers with some bullshit rap. I'm on drugs. On my new shit. Whack. Remember that. Okay, so there's only one here. Physics, move, and current document. Maybe it's in game. Physics, CV footsteps, client. View. If ground and aha! I fucking found it. Okay. We're gonna compile that and see what happens. So this is P view. So I have to remember that. I'm back on these rap songs. Okay. Look, I did it. How do I make them more frequent? That's great. If ground entity, that's great. Wait, hold on. Let me see something else. Bob skip. Invalid game. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So Bob cycle run. Current Bob time plus Bob move. Wait. Ground entity. Float speed. XY speed. EV footstep. I can't believe we found that. I feel like I should be taking note of where these are. Let's see. Okay, so cool. We found that. That's exactly what I was looking for. How to make footsteps sounds trigger more quickly in source code. You need to modify the client side movement code. Wow, look at this. Look at Gemini Go. Holy shit. You need to modify the client side. Mac Miller, I need you to quiet down for a second. You need to modify the client side movement code that calculates when a step occurs based on the movement speed and animation frames. The enhanced release uses 40 Hz internal logic rate, which is 25 millisecond steps. Based on GitHub repository for the Quake 2 Enhanced re-release, here are some steps to modify the footsteps frequency. Locate the the relevant code. It's in view, definitely in view somewhere. Relevant function. Look for PM footsteps or the section within player move that handles sound triggering. Modify foot timing. Look at that. The code often checks current animation frame to determine if a foot has hit the ground. Original mechanism. The code likely has a check similar to this. If old frame is 5 and frame 6, old frame 11, 12, play. Okay, modification. Change the animation frame numbers 5 and 11 to smaller values, 5 and 11. Decrease the time interval between steps. Look for player animate and footstep event where the timer is checked. Okay, so let's look for these. PM footsteps. Man, I wish I could like star a part of this, like breakpoint and annotation. We have to remember that EV footstep. Let me see. XY speed was 225 by default. Okay. I'm going to put Ray Mills edit. Ray Mills comment. Okay. I can mark all these with this. That'll help. Let's go ahead and save that. Okay, so now we need to look for PM player move. Let's see if it's here. Okay, player move. Player move is not a thing in here. But we can look for... Let's copy this code and see what comes up. That doesn't come in. If old frame equals... Maybe I can cut some of this code out. If old frame equals... What about player? Player footstep event. Okay. None of these things are in here. PM footstep. What is PM footsteps? Is not a thing. PM player move is not a thing. Oh. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, if the origin or velocity have changed since client think, update the P move values. This happens when a client is pushed by a B model or kicked by an explosion. If it isn't updated here, the view position would lag and lag a frame behind the body position when pushed, sinking into plats. P move origin, P move velocity. Is there anything that says old frame? Sound? Remastered, introduced surface. Oh, right. Modify PM, add footstep. Add footstep. Add footstep is not a thing. Or similar functions to reduce the required velocity between sounds. The source code prevents the same footstep sound from playing twice in a row and limits sounds per frame. Find int client last footstep sound and modify last footstep sound. There's no way. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Quad fire, D-damage 2. Air out. Lava in, water out. Gasp. Breathe. Oh, that's nice. Almost drowning. There's a lot of drowning sounds. Sizzle damage. Almost drowning. Sizzle damage. Ladder. Okay. S event. S event must be a sound event. Client last footstep sound. Channel audio. S event. Bob time. I think what we're looking for is Bob time. Current client 0. Start at the beginning. Bob time equals current client time plus Bob move. If current client ground entity Bob star 4 Bob What if I change that to 2? All right, what else is there? Bob cycle. What is Bob cycle? What is Bob move? Aha. So bobbing only cycles when on ground. If XY speed is over 210 and frame time MS 400 frames, is that what that means? 800.f? Maybe not. No, it's not what that means. If XY speed is above 100, bob move. Else, bob move 1600. I wonder what these values mean. Bob cycle. Okay. Oh, because the file's still open. Got you. Quake 2. Commands. How to skip. Quake 2 commands. How to skip intro. Aha! All right. Why was he making sounds still? That's so confusing. Oh, I know why he's making sounds. It's because you move faster when you're straight, when you're like moving at a diagonal. Them old games is like that. And I have that value set to a number to where I know exactly what's happening. Okay. So let's look for Ray Mills edit. And maybe we'll change this to like 90. The bob time didn't seem to do anything. Bob time. Bob move. Bob cycle. Wait, no, bob cycle run. Odd cycles are right foot going forward. Odd cycles are right foot going forward. Equals int bob time run. Bob cycle run equals int bob time run. Bob time run. Bob time run equals bob time. PS, pmove, PM flags, and PMF duct. Bob time equals 2. So bobbing only cycles when on ground. Bob move equals 0 if... Oh, here we go. Kex C-Raw hack. Okay. Calculate speed and cycle to be used for all cyclic walking effects. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Calculate speed and cycle. So if XY speed is less than 5, bob moves 0, starting at the... Okay. Less than 5. You're never moving that less than 5. So... Or if ground entity, so bobbing only cycles when on ground. Okay, so if your XY speed is 210, okay. Okay, so we're going to change this from 210 to... whatever the bigger number is probably going to be. So maybe like 100? 68. Let's say 120. And then we're going to change this one. 100. We're going to change this to 68. And we might actually have to change these numbers. The float, I guess these are float numbers. Okay. It's still doing that. But I like that walk speed a lot. I wonder if I can make these sounds like quieter if you're like walking slower. I kind of want the sounds to not play at all if you're not running. I wonder if you could change the gun position. Does the vault work from here? I want to see something. They really did update the shit out of these models, didn't they? Okay. That's great. Let's change this to 100. And we'll go ahead and build this out. We made a lot of progress today. Cool. Should there be footsteps if you're not running? I think I kind of like it not making footsteps if you're running or if you're walking. Oh, look at the bob effects. That's cool. I never noticed that. I took acid in San Francisco. Strip butt naked caused a panic at the disco. Damn, it's almost time to start going back in the Trench Broom. I updated Trench Broom and it erased a bunch of settings, and so I've just been doing this instead. Wow. Okay. Wow. We made a lot of progress just now. That's fantastic. Okay, so now what we want to do. Let me think. Oh yeah. How to Quake 2 Remastered. How to add zoom in source code. To add a zoom via source code, you typically bind a key and toggle your field of view and adjust weapon position using console commands. What? What? Look for the game's core rendering input for handling code where player's FOV is likely handled. You'd modify how FOV changes on key press, potentially adding zoom state and adjusting camera's projection matrix or for in-game console. Easier method. Add zoom command. Okay. Input handling. Look for the game's core rendering or input handling code. There's nothing called input. Maybe there's something called like control or something. Commands? Select previous items. Commands. Cheat check. Give items to a client. Okay. Sets. Oh no, these are actual console commands. Command drop F command. No, we want inputs. Or like main local status bar. Turret utils, G weapon. Actor. M must mean monster. Move view weapon. Client. There's so much I can tinker with. This is awesome. Funk man. Munster. CVAR skill. What is this, man? Where do you handle inputs? What if I like search input in the entire solution? That's probably not gonna help me at all. It's probably gonna be in commands. I have a feeling. Forward. Shoot. Fire? No. Use? And use it. Use it. Okay. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Quake 2 RTX. No. That's not what we want. Remastered, I said. It's probably going to be... Quake 2 Remastered is not Quake 2 RTX. What the fuck are they talking about? I have an auto exec file and it doesn't work. Oh, it's in the wrong area. That's why it wasn't working. Baby, okay? I think that's upstairs. Okay. I'm just going to copy all of this. Bind, right click to zoom, define zoom behavior. If weapon desyncs, bind mouse to toggle FOV 50, toggle gun Y0. What does that mean? We are replacing the numbers as desired. Bob skip. How to skip intro. this file. And it has to go in, it said base Q2. Base Q2. Okay, so I think this is gonna go here. Treating like a dog, I'd do that, bitch. What the? Okay, close. It's not bringing in the viewport though. Okay. Quake 2 remastered. How to set FOV in command line. Type FOVX, where X is your desired number, and press enter. This changes the main camera FOV, while FOV0 or R gun FOV adjusts weapons view with values often above 90, hiding the gun model. Okay. So bind mouse 2 plus zoom. FOV 50. Boom. So that command is wrong. Oh, FOV X. No, it wasn't wrong. FOV X is the number, where X is your desired number. Yeah. Okay. Sensitivity 1.5, gun wide 0, zoomed FY. What is this? Oh, sensitivity. So why is it saying invalid command FOV? Something's wrong. How do you... Okay, that's curious. What is the command for FOV? Blowing green in the green room. That gen light bulb really wild. FOV. Invalid command CL FOV? SV FOV? Command list? CMD list? There has to be an FOV like... Okay, command list. Wave, vibrate, precache, ping servers, holster, end game, SV, kickbot, demo map, error. Kex multiplayer, that's interesting. Screenshot. Play fog. Height fog. Don't pick Atlas. There has to be an FOV feature on here. They must have got rid of it. Let's look in the commands. Is there something in here that talks about FOV? There's not a field of vision. Field of, okay. That's insane. There has to be an FOV slider on this. Float FOV client. What did they do to the FOV functionality? They like changed a bunch of shit. PS FOV? PS FOV? What is PS FOV? PS gun index. If level is intermission, await respawn. And if client awaiting respawn, level intermission, level is 64. Current FOV is 90. Field auto. PS FOV. I keep seeing PS FOV. This is probably not going to work. If weapon desyncs optional. Toggle. This is probably not going to work. The mouse does desync, but it's because it's saying that FOV is an invalid command. And I'm pretty sure it's because they did something to the way field of vision works in this game. There has to be a way. How do you like make new commands in the game? That's going to be a new thing I have to figure out. I have to figure out how to make, I'm going to have to put this shit in the source code. I'm going to have an input called zoom, and it's going to have proprietary settings for every single gun in the game. How to adjust FOV in source in command prompt in console. See, what is this? Why are you showing me Farming Simulator? That is so fucked up. Boom, here it is. Thank you, Steam. Thank you. G show intro movie. FPS. Font size, that's nice. HUD commands. See, this right here is exactly what I wanted. FOV_0. That's what we wanted. FOV. Why is it called FOV0? Oh, and it literally set that up here. I just wasn't. How do I make it to where it goes back to its default value in the auto executable? Click to how to make value return to original. Wait. Parameter. How do you make parameter change to default value when after input toggle? To make quick to parameter reset after the input toggle, you typically use a simple script. Immediately executes a command to set the variable back to its default, often using a wait or specific. Default value. This is what I was looking for. What if I change this to default value? You think that'll work? Oh! Where am I? All right, so let's block these out. Bind mouse to toggle. Default value. Oh, I know why. Because I think default value is like breaking everything. I don't think that's a real command. Oh no. What is that? Hmm. Oh. Nice. Man, I made a really kind of ginormous amount of progress on this. I thought I just told this shit to not do what you're doing right now. Did I not save it? Why is that happening? Okay. Bob skip value disables the bob movement camera. Hand changes right left. 2 removes. The weapon to the right side or the left side. Okay. These 3 console command allow you to customize the position of the view model. Try to mess around with these to get something that you like. X goes, weapon goes left or right. Goes forward or back. Goes up or down. Okay. Master volume. Sensitivity. Font size. Okay, yeah, we know what that is. Okay. Okay. So this zoom behavior is not right. Right click to zoom. Ah, okay. So the alias is the command. So bind mouse 2 is plus zoom. So when I press plus zoom, the FOV should come in. The sensitivity should go down. And the gun should go to 0. But it should toggle. And when I let it go, how do I make these go to their default values? For built-in toggles. How to make a parameter change value after input release. You need to use Quake script with custom configuration. Store the value. Use a backup variable to store the original value. Okay. Create a bind on press or after delay. Use a wait command to pause, then reset the variable from the backup in your auto exec or custom script file. Define a backup variable for a hypothetical CL Bob original value 1. Bind B key on press, set BL Bob to 0 and save to current. Save the current backup bind B to set original Bob. What? The wait often needs a specific game mod support. This is a simplification. QuakeC offers more robust timing with the think functions. Set var value. Var name. Substitute the value of a variable to a command. Okay. Pauses a script. Okay. Write custom code for server-side client mods using timers and... Okay. Define a backup variable for the hypothetical CL Bob. Because it's doing something weird. Let's see. Quake 2 remastered. How to script zoom function. Based on release instead of toggle. I don't fucking know, man. I hate how I have to talk to Google now. To script a hold to zoom, there we go. And release to unzoom. Use bind key plus zoom and bind key zoom negative zoom and your config. Or define aliases for plus zoom and minus zoom to adjust FOV and gunwide for zoom. Hold to zoom. Okay. Bind mouse to zoom. Release to unzoom. Press once, press again. Okay. Okay, so I think the problem is probably the way the alias is written. And so alias plus zoom. So what is it going to do? It'll bring the FOV in. Oh, okay. I just saw your comment. Okay, cool. Okay. So we need to, when you press zoom, the FOV needs to tuck in. Sensitivity 3. I wish I could just make those the default values. Okay, so it looks like I have this shit correct. I'm gonna delete this. Damn, look at that. It almost works. It almost works. Maybe what the problem is the FOV settings. So let's do this. So let's see, when we're at default, we need to figure out. So gun X value, gun goes right or left, gun goes forward back. So let's see, let's change gun Y. Gun Y is -15, and so we're gonna make gun Y 30. Oh no. What's happening? This zoom function's fucking everything up. I see what's happening. I see what's happening. Okay. I think I see what's happening. So I think what I need to do is I need to actually tinker with the gun settings. Damn it. I didn't mean to do that. You talk about unknown command. Stop playing with me. Okay. Gun Y is 0. Gun Y is 0. So what if we make gun Y, if it goes to the left or right, maybe we'll make gun Y, I don't know, -5. Wait, I lied. Oh, never. Oh, that makes it go forward or back. Oh, maybe we'll keep that as 0. We really want to change the left or right. So gun X, we'll say we'll make this 10. -10? Weird. -2. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll make gun Z like -3. Wait. So it's kind of like Call of Duty, you know? We'll maybe bring the pistol up a little bit. Gun Z, maybe 2? We'll make gun Y like -1. Oh, yeah. Look at that. It looks beefy. And then, wait, oops, make that -1. We want to change left or right, so gun X. Let's create -2. Maybe make that 3. Gun X -3. Wow. Maybe gun X -4. No, because that's how it'll look when it's zoomed in. So I like gun X -3. Maybe even 2. 2's good. And then maybe pull the gun back a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Server frame skip. Gun X. We like -2. Let's say gun viewport position. Okay, so gun X is 2. Gun Y is currently -1. Currently, gun Y pulls a gun forward or back. So let's pull the gun back to like -2. Wait, what does it look like when it says 0? You see a difference? Yeah, it kind of makes the gun a little bigger. going on with my sound? Probably Facebook. Yep. That's hilarious. Okay. What does let me see, Resident Evil 7 pistol. Why does everybody do this weird shit with the pistol? Just show the pistol in a normal fucking position. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. That's how we want our weapon positioned. And so maybe we can bring the weapon up a little bit. So weapon Y, maybe bring it back up to 0. No. Weapon Z, gun Z, which is set to -1. So maybe we'll set gun Z to 1. No, we'll set it to -2. Oh. I feel like it takes up a lot of the screen. But I like gun Z -2. I have to admit. Gun Z -2. So now, what did I say we were going to change? Gun Y. Gun Y will move the weapon up or down, right? No. Gun Y moves it in and out of the foreground. I think. Goes forward or back. Okay. Goes forward or back. No. Go up or down. But I just changed down or up. We like up. What if we do just make the gun go down a little bit? Like Call of Duty, you know? So let's see. Gun Y is the only one we don't have. Gun Y is set to -2. We like -2. Gun Y -2. But what if we made it? Uh-oh. Damn it! Hold on. Literally just fucking take all the shit out. We'll get to this shit when it works properly. Show intro movie. Fine, we'll put that on 1. But we want to... How do we turn the splash screen off? That's what I was trying to look for earlier. The damn splash screen. How to skip Splash screen. What is intro movie? Intro movie 0. That is what it was. Intro movie 0. Dog tag. CO run. Crosshair scale. Right click to zoom. Okay. Set forward speed FOV. Auto shield hand 0. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. It's probably not going to work. Map, bunker, B2, conference room. Can't find map, bunker, B2, conference room. Okay. Okay. There's a weird sounding, like a squeaky sound in there that I ain't never heard before. Okay. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to do this here. I'm gonna say weapon FOV settings. And then we're gonna say let's see if that works. It did. Damn, look how big the fucking gun is. I think we want to move the gun a little bit to the right. I think it's too far to the left. A little to the right. So the Z value, I want to change the Z value. If I want to move it a little to the right, gun Z, probably make, it's not, that's not. Gun X. Ugh. I actually feel like that's a little bit more modern. I feel like the gun model is too big, you know? You know what? What if I like... Gun X2. And maybe I'll change gun Z again. Yeah. So gun Z 0. Then maybe I'll make gun X -3. That's kind of cool. I like that a lot. Gun Z1. Yeah, that's pretty good. I kind of like that. It kind of makes it feel like Call of Duty a little bit, which I like. And then we'll make, what was that? Gun X. Gun X is -4. Maybe we'll make Gun X -3. Yeah. And then we'll make maybe Gun Y. What is Gun Y? -2. Maybe make Gun Y -3. No, sorry. Gun Z is 1. Gun Z is 2 now. I kind of like Gun Z being at. What is it set to? 2? 1. I kind of like 2 a lot. I mean, yeah. I kind of like 2 a lot. It gives a cool new angle to the gun. And it's very clearly a pistol. And it gets the gun out of the way a lot, which I like a lot. Okay, so let's reconfigure these values a little bit. So Gun Z is 2. And Gun Y is -2. And Gun X is -3. Okay. And then we'll go back to this and we'll make those values match. So Gun X -3, Gun Y -2, and Gun Z is 2. And I'm going to have to make these more specific. Hold on. And so it changes for each gun. Whoa, that looks pretty fucking cool. And I want these to be different for each gun. Give what do you mean? Okay. Give all. Mother father? Okay. Oh, so many guns. Oh. Oh, look how cool it looks now. It actually looks kind of like Quake 1 now. Oh. Look at it. Well, that's janky. Woo! Look at it. Listen to it. Cool. Look at it. Oh, look at it. It kind of also looks like Quake 3. Quake 3 kind of has these weapons, like their weapons placed like this. That's a lot of weapons, dog. Okay. Cool. This is getting kind of intricate. Let's see. Quake 2 Remastered. How to set different gun FOVs per gun in command line. You can't set different per gun FOVs directly in the vanilla Quake 2 Remastered code with a single command line, but you can change the overall FOV. And some modern engines like Yamagi Quake offers specific view model FOV control, while Kex uses FOV zero gun XYZ for view positioning, but not unique FOV per weapon. For separate weapon FOVs, you typically need a mod or specific engine variant, as standard commands adjust global view, changing overall FOV, adjusting view model position per gun if available using a modded engine. FOV adjust view model. Set different gun FOVs per weapon. You'll use command console gun value, which separates Is gun FOV a thing, really? Console variable. CVAR means console variable. It makes sense. Let's see. Maybe we're lucky, and maybe Quake 2 Remastered has a gun FOV. I don't think it does, but we're gonna find out for sure. It said R gun FOV. No, that's not. No, I don't want gun FOVs. How to set different gun positions per gun. That's what I want. To set different gun positions per gun, you'll adjust X, Y, and Z for each weapon model, often within the game's config files or through custom binds. The simplest method for most users. No. Okay. Adjust position. Gun X value, gun Y value, gun Z value. Weapon definition files. Look for weapon definition files. Often QC files in older engines or configuration files in modern source view model offsets. Inside these definitions, you'll find parameters for the view model's position. View model offset. Model offset. Model offset. View offset. Okay. View model. Is that a thing? View model. PGM. Local. Items? Items? What is this? Pre-cache item. View model. Quick armor, combat, jacket, shard. These are all commented out. Weapon, grapple. Always owned, never in the world. Blaster, always owned, never in the world. Class name, pick up weapon, use weapon, drop, null pointer, I guess. Weapon, think, pick up sound, world model. Flags, view model. Icon, name, pickup name, quantity, ammo, chain, flags, view model, armor, pre-caches. Okay, so I found the view model stuff, but it doesn't tell me where to, if there's like a model offset, you know what I'm saying? Trace, offset, forward. Offset, wheel weapons, interesting. Offset for the first VWEP. N64 goal stuff. VWEP offset. VWEP offset. What is VWEP? What is VWEP offset? Skin'em was historically used to pack data, so we're going to build into that. If client purse weapon, packed VWEP index, purse weapon v index level, offset +1. Sim player level POI. I don't think this is. Oh, hello. If VWEP offset sexed models. What does that mean? What about VWEP? That's intriguing. Spawn. We're in VWEP model, VWEP model, VWEP model, VWEP index. What if we look for VWEP model? Let's see what comes up. Local. VWEP model string for weapons. Yep, makes sense. Chain fist. Blaster. So, okay. Always owned, never in the world. So why does it say that? Is it because we spawn with it? Use power armor. Use weapon. Drop power armor. Oh. That's good to know. Drop power armor. I have to keep that in mind. Class name, weapon grapple. No, we need the pointer. I mean the... Let's compare it to chain fist. Always owned, never in the world. Why is that? Class name, weapon blaster. Pickup. Pickup weapon. Use weapon. Drop weapon. We're going to say... No, because we don't want them to be able to drop their blaster. You'll always have your blaster with you. After you pick it up. Or... No, I think you should always have your blaster, but I think you should have to pick it up. Weapon think. Weapon chain fist. Pickup sound. So it has a pickup sound. Model world. There's no way to drop it, so that logic is in there. I just need a way to make it to where you don't spawn with it. Because you can spawn a blaster into the map. And so what is it about this stuff that makes it to where it is always owned and never in the world? It's never in the world because it never spawns in the world. But it can be spawned in the world. But why is it always owned? Item blaster, pickup name, use name, icon, view model, ammo, null, chain, IT weapon blaster. What does that mean? Flags. If weapon, if stay co-op, if not random. Okay, if weapon. Use makes active weapon. Okay, if stay co-op. What does if stay co-op mean? Tag 0. Pre-caches. Pickup. Use weapon. Weapon think. Model flags. Bob and rotate. Yeah. Makes sense. View model. Icon. Use name. Pickup name. See, it has a pickup name. But I don't want the nigga to spawn with it. Okay. Damn. Oh my God. Damn. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't take. That's not so bad. Okay. Okay. Anyway, Quake 2 remastered. How to spawn without blaster. The player is generally given the blaster by default. However, you can achieve no weapon or no blaster spawn using custom config map editor by using the game set unmaster command. The unmaster mod is designed to bring Quake 2 no. Custom map start. You can use exec commands to start specific maps without default weapons, or create an auto exec file to force a weapon drop immediately upon loading. If you want to fundamentally change how a map starts, you must edit the ENT files, the entity data, extract entities, use a tool to export the entities you want to edit. Open the ENT file. You can remove the default weapon assignment or use a mod like the one mentioned to alter the spawn entity. What? No. In the source code. Let's look in the source code because I'm already here. Spawn without a blaster. In Quake 2 source code, you must modify player spawning logic within G spawn C to remove the weapon from the inventory before the player fully enters the game. That's what I'm looking for. G spawn. Based on standard Quake code, the key changes are located in P client and G spawn. P client. Locate the initial loadout. Find put client end server or client begin and look for the section where player inventory is initialized. Okay. Remove or comment out the blaster. If you are modifying maps or wish to change this via entity scripting in the source, you can use game player equip entity to define spawn loadout, ensuring the blaster is not included. Okay, so let's do the spawn. Let's do spawn. So we're here, and then let's look for give base items. Okay. Let's look for blaster. Okay. Find item. Find item by class name. No. Find item, no. These are look like just functions. Oh wait, hold on. Nope. Find item, pickup name. Nope. Find item, nope. Find item by class name. Nope. Find item by class name. Find item S. Nope. Find item S. Find item name. What if we do this? Username blaster. No, look in the spawn one. So there are things in here. Target blaster. That's it. So maybe it's in client. Maybe it's in P client. Oh, okay. Postpone, please. I'm busy. P client. And so let's look for blaster here. Okay. Fill with 50. That's our most common value. Deathmatch integer. Has a killer. Mod blaster. Here it is. Deathmatch integer. I bet if I turn this to 0, client persistent. This is only called when the game first initializes in single player, but it is called, okay. Yep, this is what we need. So we're going to change this to 0. We're going to save this. And we're going to build our client. We're going to build our DLL. No errors. We're going to take this. I'm going to drop it in here. We're going to replace. Oops. Probably not going to let us do it. It let us? That's very strange. So when we load into this game now, there should be no blaster. Map. Bunker B2. Look, it worked. Now that's quite scary, right? And so now you have to actually run from everybody. There's no way to defend yourself now. Holy mother of God. And listen to how much more alive the world feels. And so now I can't fight nobody. But I have this compass here. Not this compass. I have my I have a key that I can use upstairs. I wonder if these guys will hear my footsteps. I wonder if I can make the enemy respond to footsteps in this game. And I want to make the Bob more heavy, like a bigger sprint bob. Oh, it's actually quite satisfying getting the weapons that you need. I want to make the enemies react to how to make enemies react to footsteps. In source code. Making enemies react to footsteps involves utilizing exposed DLL to trigger AI awareness when the player makes noise. The remaster has already implemented player footstep sounds, which can be used to alert AI. Here's how to modify the AI. The necessary logic resides in the DLL P view and P move, where P footstep sounds are generated. Monster, where monster think and NPC are located. G, monster C. Okay. AI.C, functions related to enemy awareness. Set self enemy. When a monster hears a footstep, set self enemy activator. Force the monster to into an active chase state. Is that in, let's see, in Monster G? Let's go to Monster G. In Monster G, the monster think function controls NPC actions. Okay. There's only 3 of these. Think, monster think. Okay. That's easy. You need to add logic that checks if the monster has heard a sound. So I need to add a sound event system. If one does not already exist, create a way for the AI to detect GI sound emitted by footsteps. If monster think detects a sound from the player via enemy, trigger found target or hunt target functions. Okay, monster sniff testing. We can make an unobstructed path to the player, murder ourselves. Found target self. Okay. If health is 0, monster dodge info. Flag loading. Check dodge. Okay, so this is when they're actively engaged in a fight. So I think this is maybe too far down. Think monster sniff test. G debug. I don't want to debug. So they said we're looking for GI sound. Okay. That says water. Chan body. Player lava. This is not what we want. Water out. Bless you. If water type. Okay, so they're still talking about water here. Water type. GI index. In flies. This is if the infant's dead or infantry's dead. Yep. Monster dead. AI stinky. Set monster inflow. AI flags. AI stunk. Flies, debounce, level time plus random time. I don't really want. I want these to be kind of there for a while, but I guess it would get annoying. But maybe we change these to 15 and 45. Literally triple them. And then EF flies. Fly debounce time plus level time. What is debounce time? I think this is probably more what I want. S sound, sound index, infantry, flies, sound debounce time, level time plus 60 seconds. Yeah, these sounds probably don't need to be too long though, you know what I'm saying? Because people probably don't want to hear all them flies and shit. Void monster dead. No. Create a way for the AI to detect GI sound emitted by footsteps. So the monster think, I think, is the big thing. So monster think, if monster think detects a sound from the player, trigger found target or hunt target. It needs to be hunt target. Int enemy. Self think. Is there a hunt target? There is not a hunt target. But there is a found. There's no hunt target. But there is a found target. Monster use. Using a monster makes it angry. That's so funny. If you press the use button at a monster, he gets mad. Is that true? I'm about to try that right now. Using a monster makes it angry at the current activator. If self enemy return, if health 0, if activator return, activator flags no target. AI good guy. Return. I felt disguised. Delay reaction, so if a monster is teleported, its sound is still heard. Self enemy activator. Self enemy activator. So I think that's what I need right there. If they hear footsteps, that's what I need to happen. Self enemy activator found target self. That's what I need to happen. And also, how do I use? And how do I utilize the depth of field effects? Give blaster. Yes. Okay. We have a 1 frame delay here, so we don't telefrag the guy who activated us. Word up. Oh, this is like events, I think. I think this is talking about events. But well, this is important code right here. I'm gonna put a comment here. Ray Mills edit might be useful code for allowing enemies to hear footsteps. Void monster start go. Think monster triggered spawn. Solid B box. Move type. Air finish. Kill box. Monster start go. Self enemy. What is Raphael? This must be some nigga that works on a team. Monster use. So no, what I need is I just need monster think. Trace line, mass shot, enemy trace, trace fraction, enemy trace, damage, origin 99, no damage protection, mod BFG blast, goal. Okay. You need to add logic that checks if the monster has heard a sound. Add a sound event system. If one does not already exist, create a way for the AI to detect GI sound emitted by footsteps. Okay. Set self enemy. Let's try this. The 2023 remaster includes better AI, allowing them to jump to chase players and generally improve alertness. Exposes bot navigation to functions to the game DL, allowing better route planning for monsters by trying to find the source of a sound. Set enemy. When a monster hears a footstep, set self enemy equals activator the player to force the monster to an active. See, I knew it. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Enemy or self enemy activator. So this right here, using a monster makes it angry at the current. What if I just like copy all this? Okay, so this pops up twice in the code. So this is used monster triggered spawn use. If activator and activator client self hack flags and cutscene. Monster use. What does that mean? Monster use. Aha! If self spawn flags has spawn flag monster ambush, monster use self others. Think self. Monster info. Okay, example concept. Void player footstep sounds. Chant audio. Inside PView or wherever footsteps are processed, an AI reaction. If ENT client find the monsters within a radius. That's what I need right there. This is exactly what I'm looking for. So if ENT client, let me look for that. ENT client. Clear shot. I gotta use a bathroom. I'll be back. they will. No, I'm saying they would. I'm saying that's what there's a lot of guys. Maybe I'm having a blast. I can't believe I made so much progress. Damn, you've been bashing this. I gotta fucking do it. I'm gonna fucking do it, man. I think I can make a hit. And like I have to actually tell myself to stop adding polish. Because if I keep adding polish and it's time to start playtesting, the polish is gonna discourage me real fast. I have to keep it thinking when I test. Some shit look good, like the way I told Malik, excuse me. I mean, if it's not fucking you up, why not? good, bro? You... Yeah. Good. I think should I put this model on ModDB for the prototype and then just leave all those versions there? What do you say? Yeah, like that's kind of my thing. I feel like mods, like I don't know. I don't really like the period, like the gestation period. You know, just sit and wait. I'm just a bigger fan of letting people get their hands on shit. I think that'll make it more fun, like the fact that it's totally unfinished. So much to consider, man. This is exciting stuff. I can't believe I'm actually doing it. Thank you, baby. I love you. I'll be right back. Okay? Holy mother of God. right by electronics start shaking. Ugh. Go B3, puppet. Ugh. Go B3, Sorget. Whoa. See? We don't be doing all that extra shit. Just be still for a second. I'll get pulled off. Oh, no. I feel butt. it would. I wouldn't want it to be a game, but I would want it to be a real companion. I feel like T7 Chicken fell short. Well, yeah, it kind of there wasn't innovation style, you know, and I would just there's so many things that I can do. I have so many ideas, and if I could code these ideas, that's all I can think. That's all I can think. I can code. I can do it all. But T7 people would ever talk about a game mobile version. Not that hard, but I'm not that far off. I haven't yet. Yeah, it was like how
Well, you know, I just like people like Alex. You just look up for a shit too. You want Jesus.
so the cool part about Breed I is like talk about game engine shit. Unreal is not if you work in 3D, Unreal Engine is probably the best.
So I was just trying to decide, you know how I did my virtual set screenshot images. I was trying to decide if I wanted to do it in Unity or if I wanted to do it in Unreal. I probably do it in Unity because the two amount of work that goes in there, then I prefer force there. Especially if I'm trying to test out, coding and that stuff. Like it could be a virtual, but that's just a real game. I don't know. I was fleshed out before on a
That's great. It's like straight up fire.
Yeah, I'd actually start hyper focusing on like the quality of motion capture. Like how high can I get the quality and the fidelity of like the capture while not sacrificing performance overhead or and like what is the sweet spot for gaming, sweet spot for chat, what is the sweet spot for like full body motion. So Twitch is probably gonna be upper body capture at most, probably a facial capture like that. Depending on the body. But for recording stuff, that's awesome. Which I think I'm actually good. Like that's the part I
Hard to process.
I saw this thing on TikTok. It was a lot of part process. I saw this girl on TikTok making a YouTube or not making a video about her YouTube. She became a YouTuber and she hates generative AI and blah blah blah. But she just had to use it to make this fucking YouTube. Which, but I literally did not do that.
Like that's like it's crazy that people think that because like people were doing this shit before AI. Like nothing is new. AI is not new. The things that people are doing with AI aren't new. We did those things before AI. Like that's how AI knows how to do any of this stuff. It's because we already did it. It doesn't do anything new. So you don't need AI to do any of it. Like stop telling yourself that. Like it's a shame that people always have such an edge. Don't.
Like I'm trying to figure out which part do you think AI do you think the motion capture AI is on the same as generative AI? Do you think the art? If so, that's a killer. You
Well,
didn't have to do that. You could have hired someone to like put it in the keyboard. Yeah.
I don't think it's the art. And I think the art is the most, I hate to say it, art and voice acting and writing are some of the easiest things to justify. It sounds like, I'm willing to bet from what you're saying, it was technical. She don't know how to do any of it.
Well, I could teach you to I use free open source. My God, you had to make this person. I was like,
Like she's blithing up it. I You have to. You almost have to reject it.
I didn't want you to say that. I'd like to be in the perfect way. I don't want it to be done for me. The whole point of how do I do it myself? It's software that is free, open source, doesn't steal from people, doesn't make the environment worse.
I will say that I am using a lot of Gemini AI to figure out a lot of this stuff, but I'm using it as like a search
That
engine.
I think is different than using it to like create the music you're trying to create.
Learn, yeah,
That's what you're doing. You're learning how to create music.
yep, yep.
Like using it as a tool to learn is way different from just having it.
Yeah.
That's the part that I have a problem.
I agree.
Like there's no reason for that. Because it wasn't
Yeah.
like if you think that you have the job to be a YouTuber, then you should have the job to at least go have fun with it, and to decide on your own if you can do the art by yourself or not. And then like if you can't do it, then you gotta be like, oh well, I guess I gotta hire somebody, or I guess I gotta go to Freeborn Studio and figure this shit out. It's not hard. It's just being a character in a Sims. It's easier than that.
I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like with this person is trying to figure it out. You know?
I would never go online and admit
But that's
that
what.
I came up short and then gave up and then use AI. That's what that sounds like. So, like,
I mean that. Yeah.
why would you explore yourself like that? You did all that setup just to get it online and say that shit is your silver, like brand throwing. Brand throwing, no one fucks. Everybody I don't like YouTube.
Yeah.
I really don't. Where's Julie?
I know.
I like Kevin Julie.
Right.
It's not like
She's goaded.
I was gonna something else but that happened that I used to. I don't like somebody better.
Yeah, me neither. I love you, baby.
I love
We'll
you.
go build. I'm back. It's time to build. Where do we leave off? It might be actually time to it might be actually time to get Trenchburn back up and running. I want to see if I can get the Zoom working. Oops. Okay. Right. Okay. Int client. Oh, we were trying to see if we can make the enemies more sensitive to sound. Let me see, monster. Ray Mills that it might be useful. Okay. Okay. So there's a lot of GI sounds in here, but none of them are for player footsteps. I think I'm going to have to add it. Hack flag, attack player. Self enemy, found target, if. Hack flags, hack flag, attack player. Use an N64. This is for the N64? Think, monster, think. I don't want that one. Monster dodge, no. Think, monster, think, self void. enemy trace line, origin, mask shot. If enemy trace fraction, enemy trace ENT damage self. This is actually a self-destruct. This looks like damage. Static request. If think equals monster think return. What is this stuff? Jump height 99. Path info. This must be some test shit. Pain die. Using a monster makes it angry at the current activator. What does monster use mean? Delay reaction. It's not even returning anything. I don't understand what this is. Oh, found target self. It all goes to found target. If self enemy equals activator. If self enemy equals activator. Okay. Oh, okay. If activator return. If activator flag no target return. If activator client and activator monster info. AI good guy. Delay reaction. So if a monster is teleported, it's down that sound still heard. Self enemy activator. If monster triggers spawn. No, this is think. Use. What is monster use? Quake 2 remastered. What is monster use? There's likely a technical entity related to how monsters interact with the environment, possibly using map scripting or AI behavior. Okay, you did not tell me anything. Is it a function? Okay. More reactive to footsteps. Now they're saying P client controls when and how footstep sounds are generated. AIC, V monsters see how enemy monsters process sound. Hearing functions. Check sites hearing functions? Current document. Okay. If the first spawn flag bit is set, monster will only wake up on really seeing the player, not another monster getting angry or hearing something. Revise behavior so they will wake up if they see the player. See a player make a noise, but not. Oh. Oh. Self is currently not attacking anything, so try to find a target. Returns true if enemy was sighted. When a player fires a missile, the point of impact becomes a fake player, so that monsters see the impact and will respond. Monsters that see the impact will respond as if they've seen the player. To avoid spending too much time, only a single client or fake client is checked each frame. This means multiplayer games will have slightly slower noticing monsters. Okay. If we're in a level transition, don't worry about enemies. That's what this means. There's N64 cutscene behavior. If monster info AI flag, good guy, goal entry, goal entity, cell goal entity, and use cell goal entity class name. Target actor. Fix me, look for monsters? False. If we're going to a combat point, just proceed. First spawn flag bit is set. The monster will only wake up on seeing the player. Not another monster getting angry or hearing something. Revise behavior so they will wake up if they see the player. What if I set this to true? Part 2. Or peril. Peril? Revise the monsters will first try to consider the current sight client immediately if they can see it. This fixes them dancing in front of you if they fire every frame. Check monsters that were alerted by players. We can only be alerted if we can see them. Okay. If client spawn flag monster ambush. I need to find this spawn flag. Was it up here? Shared with monsters. Return false. I'm gonna put this to true, and I'm gonna see what happens. And I'm gonna put a Ray Mills comment here. And I'm gonna save this, or I'm gonna build it. So this should make it, if my theory is correct, this should make it to where they can hear me if I run past them. Or if I run too close to them. Okay. I'm not making any noise. They can't hear the doors. So that's good. I'm not here. He still can't really hear me. Yeah, they can't hear me. Okay. So we're gonna change that back to what it was before. Save that. But I am very curious about this spawn flag monster ambush. Client AI monster get alerted by player. Peril Kex. Monsters that were alerted by players will be temporarily stored on player entities. So we can check them and get mad at them even around corners. Okay. Shit. Aha. Else heard it. Okay. If spawn flags and spawn flag monster equals ambush. Peril. This fixes a bug that causes a monster to be given an enemy without ever calling hunt target. Monster AI flag. AI sound target. Hunt self. Aha. Find target. Okay. Now we're talking. AI stand. Used for standing around and looking for players. Distance is for slight pattern adjustments needed by the animations. Move is a specified distance at current facing. This replaces C functions. For a given monster, check active players to see who we can see. If we don't care who we see as long as it's something we can shoot. Okay. Target. Disguise. Visible players. If we're touching them, allow to pass through. Visible players. Return. AI move. AI stand. Use for adjusted. Monster. Player noise. Okay. If self enemy and enemy class name player noise. Okay. So if monster is set to monster ambush, idle time, level time, random time, else random time. I wonder what'll happen if I have them set to not ambush, but they can't see me, you know? I'm very curious now. Let me think. No, I think I have to get trench broom working again. I think it's time. I've covered a lot of ground today.
Starting with the 3D view pane. Below, extract the trench in a place you'd like to run it from. Make note of the path window, select Quake 2 RE using the menu on the left.
Okay,
On
this
the
is what I
right,
was doing
we're looking at some
earlier.
fields to configure our game, and set up for the compiling tools Trenchroom will use to convert our maps into playable Quake 2 levels. First, let's set up our game path. This will be set to the location of your Quake 2 re-release installation. Our copy of Quake 2 re-release is from Steam and by default can be found in this location. You'll find a link to a text file with this path and the rest of our configuration settings in the description below. Next, click on the Configure Engines button and click the plus button to add a new engine. First, we'll name our engine and then
Okay,
navigate
and
to our
then the
Steam
BSPs was
executable
next.
found here by default. Now, obviously Steam is not a game engine. The configured engine tells Trenchbroom which game application to use when launching our maps. Later, we'll pass the game ID of Quake 2 to Steam and piggyback our launch off of it. Finally, we'll add the paths to our compiling tools, the EricW tools we added to our Trenchbroom directory earlier. We'll add the QBSP.
It's in Eric W tools. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do.
exe to the BSP field,
QBSP. Okay.
the viz.exe to the
Viz.exe.
viz field, and the light.exe to the light field.
Oh, easy.
When finished, go ahead and close out a Trenchbroom. Next, let's create a working directory for our maps. We're going to use this directory as a mod for Quake 2 re-release, allowing us to launch right into our maps after compiling them in Trenchbroom. Navigate to the re-release directory inside.
Wait, maybe it works now. Oh, I'm gonna have to set parameters.
Inside your Quake 2 installation. The path for that will be found here by default. From there, create a new folder and call it Mapping. Then go into your new folder and create another folder and call this one Maps. This is where we'll save the map files we create in Trenchbroom. With that done, open up Trenchbroom and select New Map. Go ahead and select Quake 2 RE from the right. Make sure Quake 2 Valve is selected from the drop-down menu and click OK. Once inside Trenchbroom, you'll see we have our main view pane, populated by a default 3D object known as a brush. Brushes are what property, and some 6 units tall. Units for the P compiling button here and select full bright.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to do that too.
Click the plus button to create our first profile and name it full bright.
Oh, for fuck's
This will be our
sake.
quickest rendering option, rendering the map
Dude, I'm never updating this app again in my life.
menu and select compile map.
Compile map, okay.
In this window, we're going to create a couple of profiles. Click the plus button to create our first profile and name it full bright. This will be our quickest rendering option, rendering the map without any lighting. Click the plus button here and select Run Tool. In the tool path, we're going to add a variable of $.
Wait.
Select Run Tool. In the tool path, we're going to add a
Tool.
variable of $,
$sign.
BSP between two curly braces.
BSP.
This variable will refer to the BSP compiling tool that we configured previously in the Preferences window. By
Okay.
using variables in our tool paths here, we won't have to worry about updating these profiles should we ever update our compiling tools in the future.
Which I did.
Next, go ahead
And
add this
anyway.
parameter and
Okay.
click the check.
All right. No stat. No percent. I don't know what any of these things mean, but that's fine. Q2 BSP $sign map base name.
Checkbox for stop on non-zero error code. All these parameters can be found in the text file linked in the description. Now we can compile, and our map is successfully rendered in Fulbright with a finished with exit code 0 message in
Let's see if it worked. Hold
the
on.
console. This message lets us know that everything compiled fine and there were no errors. A
Yes, it
Fulbright
did.
render is a great way to check your work quickly, but not suitable for play. Next, we'll add a fast render profile. This will give us a rougher lighting render that won't take as long to compile as a full render.
Fast
Go ahead
render.
and add a new tool and use the BSP variable that you used before using the same parameters, and click the Stop on Non-Zero Error Code box. Next, we're going to add another tool.
Oh, with the same parameters he said. All right, well, that's easy.
And this time we're going to use the variable viz to reference our viz compiler.
Viz
Go
compiler.
ahead and add the following parameters for this tool and check the stop on
Got you. Map base name.
non-zero error code box. We're going to add one last tool, this time using the light variable
Light variable.
for the light compiler. For this, we'll add the following parameters.
God damn. Okay. No stat. Dirt. Extra 4. World underscore units underscore per underscore Luxel space 24 WR normals. No vanilla. Light grid. Light grid. Dist. 64. $sign. Map base name. Stop on
Again,
non-zero.
checking the stop on non-zero error code box. Now
Okay, worked.
we have our fast render profile complete. Let's go ahead and add one more profile. And this will be our full render profile. Go ahead and add the BSP tool as you did before, using the same variable and the same parameters. Check the stop on non-zero error code box. Then go ahead and add the viz tool again, using the same variable and the same parameter, and clicking the stop on non-zero error code box. And last, we'll add the light tool again, using the same variable, but with a new parameter.
Got you. Okay. Emissive quality. High. I wish this shit was like is it in here, you know what I'm saying? So I have to fucking okay. That's fine. No stat. Dirt. Extra 4. World units per Luxel 8. WR normals. WR normals. No vanilla. Light grid. Light grid. Dist. 32. 32. 32. Base map name. Stop on non-zero. Compile.
Click on the
Make
Stop
sure it
on
works.
Non-Zero error code box, and now you have your full render profile set up. To recap on these 3 profiles, you can use your Fullbright to render extremely fast but without lighting, a fast render option which will give you lighting and usually compile within 1 to 5 minutes, and a full render option which will give you the best render quality, something that's ready to publish but usually takes anywhere between 10 to 30 minutes to compile depending on how big your map is.
10 to 30 minutes,
With
goddamn.
that said, we'll go ahead and compile on full render, as our map is extremely small and it won't take any time at all. And like that, we're ready. Let's go ahead and launch the game. Here you'll see our launch engine we configured before, but before we do that, let's go ahead and add some launch parameters. These parameters include app launch, which
Wait a second. Oh, I closed some shit out that I didn't mean to. That's okay. Shit. Properties. Okay. Got it. Okay.
tells
Map. Game. Wrap. Okay. Got it. Okay. App launch. 2320. What did he say that does?
theme which game ID to go ahead and load,
Ah.
skip movies, which will skip past the intro movies, bind F10 to quit so that we can exit out of the game quickly,
Oh. Let's see if that worked. Why is this nigga running so fast, bro? Okay. So why didn't it load this? Why didn't it load this? I'm pretty confused by that. I don't think that's correct. Hold on. Can't find Matt. Okay. That is so annoying. That means it's probably not even going to recognize my gun settings. Oh, okay. Well, that is so weird. That is so weird. Okay. Let me see. There we go. All right, we're back on track. We've done that. What we were gonna see. Wait, this is conference room. Why didn't it load me into the map? Oh, it did. It did. It did. Okay. So now what I need to see. Let's go to the living quarters. That's why the map loaded so damn fast. Okay. What if this guy is not set to ambush? Sight. I'm so curious what's gonna happen. He might just straight up run at me if he sees me. Like as soon as I spawn in. Well, he didn't. Wow, what a dumbass. Okay, so this guy, he's not triggered. That's a scary nigga. Ouch. Okay. Okay. So, okay. I wonder what these other spawn flags mean. Quake 2 Remastered. Monster spawn flag meanings. Aha! Monsters with the same team name will act as a group. Are you kidding? Probably go make some food soon. Monsters in the remaster may exhibit faster reactions. That's kind of what I want. I can't believe there's a team flag. Okay. So if I have both of these guys not set to ambush and then I save, I wonder what will happen. Man, these guys, they seem to act different when they're not set to like when they're set to ambush. I kind of like when they're aggressive. Okay. So a lot of sounds they don't hear, so that's good. They don't hear me walking, that's good. They don't hear me picking up things. They don't hear me jumping. But they also don't hear me running, which I don't like. What? Did he hurt himself? Where was he? Okay. So that's good. So we can turn the ambush flags off. I actually really, really like that. Because I feel like that'll make them more, like, engage a little bit more naturally, you know? Okay, so now we can avoid the monster ambush thing. Our new thing is the AI sound target. I guess, maybe. What is AI sound target? Player noise, class name. Oh. Peril. Revised so monsters can be woken up by players seen and attacked by other players. If they're close enough, they don't have to be visible. But I want them to be heard. If heard it. If range mid equals false. If client return. If heard it. I feel like that's where I need to be. No clients to get mad at. Check indirect sources. Check monsters that were alerted by players. We can only be alerted if we can see them. So this is for a spawn flag. If the first spawn flag bit is set, yeah, see, that's not what we want. When a player fires a missile, bull find target, bull hurt it, bull ignore sight sound. False. Fix me, look for monsters. If we're going to a combat point, just proceed. Bull. Monster source visible. This is where we would check invisibility. If they are close enough. Per player sounds. Peril Kex. Numeric limits. 1 byte for auto active players. Dead. Sound edict. Direct players. Sound entity player. If sound is true, continue. Too late. If time equals level time, continue. Prefer the closest one we heard. Float dist. Sound origin equals length. If best sound, best distance, best distance equals distance, best sound equals sound. Return best sound. For active players. Linked sound S origin. Edict sound S origin. Float distance. Okay. I think this is what I'm looking for right here. Right here. Per player sounds. Return best sound. Is this still for monster AI? Yeah. Monsters that were alerted by players will be temporarily stored on player entities so we can check them and get mad at them even around corners. First time we spot something, give us a bit of grace. Oh. Found target, hunt target. Void in front. Returns one of entity is in sight of self. Trace. What is this? Visible. Range 2. Returns a distance of an entity relative to self. In general, the results determine how an AI reacts. Melee range will become hostile even if back is turned. Near. Visibility in front or visibility in show hostile. Mid. In front show hostile. Less than mid. or greater than mid, only triggered by damage. Okay. Move target, hunt time. Set the time plus something when a player is in sight, but movement straight for him is blocked. This causes the monster to use wall following code for move direction instead of sighting on the player. A yaw angle of the intended direction will be turned towards at up to 45 degrees per state. If the enemy is in view and hunt time is not active, this will be the next thing. Pause time monster will leave its stand state and head towards player. AI turn. Don't move, but turn towards ideal yaw distances for slight position adjustments needed by the animations. AI charge. Turns towards target and advances. AI walk. Monsters walking the beat. AI stand. Users standing around and looking for players. Distances for slight position adjustments needed by the animations. Okay. Move specified distance. This replaces functions. AI forward. Okay. Get sight client. For a given monster, check active players to see who we can see. If we don't care who we don't care who we can see as long as it's something we can shoot. Why is there a squiggly there? If we're touching them, allow to pass through. Okay. What did that say? Include G-local. Okay. So AI stand, AI walk, AI charge, AI turn, AI visible up in front, void hunt target, goal entity, animate state, ideal yaw found target. Let other monsters see this monster for a while. Self-enemy client. Wake other monsters. Show hostile level time 1 second. What is that? Self-enemy. Show hostile. Okay. Self-enemy. Client. Site enemy equals self. Okay. First time we spot something, give us a bit of grace period on firing. If monster trail time, level time 600 milliseconds. Give easy, medium, more grace. This is while they're firing. Rogue. For alternate fly, pick new position immediately. Monster AI third eye. That's cool. If we're heading to combat path corner, don't hunt the new target yet. Monsters that were alerted by the player will be temporarily stored on entities so we can check them and get mad at them. If we didn't alert any other monster or wasn't recently, frame time. If we can see them, if we can't see the monster, don't bother. Probably good. Okay. Per player sounds. Static AI get sound client. Excel Bool Direct. Best sound. Hello. These things are starting to look familiar. Edict T. Best sound equals null. PTR. Float best distance. STD equals numeric limits float max. For auto player, active players. If dead, then whatever. If edict sound equals direct question mark. Player client sound entity. Player client to sound entity. What are those? If sound equals, if sound, then continue. if float distance, prefer the closest one we heard. S origin. So you're returning the best sound. So all of this stuff, all this math is best sound. What does it do with it? That's what I'm confused about. Once it gets the best sound, what does it do with it? Float best distance. Monster source visible. This is where we would check invisibility. Okay. If range is mid, or no, if R is greater than range mid, return false. R equals range 2, self and client. Revise so that monsters can be woken up by players seen and attacked by other monsters if they're close enough. Show hostile. Level time. Visible. Range. Melee. If range is less than or equal to melee. Is visible. I wonder if I change this range. Boxes basically touching. I wonder if I change this to like mid range. I wonder what'll happen. Self is currently not set to attack anything. Returns true if the enemy was sighted. But if I change this to mid, I wouldn't have to be on top of him for him to hear me. Oh, look at this. Ignore sight sound. False. So they should be triggered if they hear me. What if I change this range to mid? I'm so curious. What is going to happen? Cool. Okay. Where did you send the motherfucking map? I forgot. Here. Okay. Replace. And then let's just load right back into this map. Oh, these guys are still set to ambush. Ouch. Ah, it didn't work. Ah! Okay. Well, it didn't have quite the effect that I wanted. Oh. If R equals range near, or no, if R is less than or greater, or less than or equal to range near, and client shows hostile, that's ambush. Or if visible self and R is less than or equal to range mid, AI third eye. Find target. We'll hurt it. If good guy goal entity class name return false, look for monsters. For going to a combat point, just recede. First spawn flag bit is set. The monster will only wake up upon seeing the player. Revise behavior so they will wake up if they see the player. Check indirect sources. Check monsters that were alerted by players. We can only be alerted if we can see them. I don't want that. Oh, here we go. If client equals null PTR. If level disguise violation time, level time. If AI get sound client self and true and hurt it true. Self enemy. Spawn flag. Sound client. AI sound client. Hurt it true. Return false. No clients to get mad at. Skip found true. Slight special behavior if you're currently going to a sound. If we hear a new one because player noises are reused, we can leave. This can leave us with the same enemy even though it's a different noise. Skip found. Okay, so I'm going to have to dig in pretty deep to find that, but that's okay. I think we have a pretty good starting point or stopping point. I want to keep going, but I have to make dinner. There's still a lot to do. I was hoping to have made more progress today, but I was hoping to make more progress in different ways. But I made a lot of progress. I think the next thing I need to do. Well, hold on a second. I need to make this door. Everything in here, in this big old area right here, is gonna be this. And this stuff here. Actually, you know what? I'll honestly probably keep working on this after I make dinner, but I'll probably do it offline. We'll see. This room here, all of this is going to be living quarters. Let me turn off the arches. This whole section. Honestly, probably could take this. Like so. Where am I? Oh, I see. Okay. And then this wall right here, I can kind of knock down. Like that. So this whole section is going to be the master living quarters. Are the arches locked? Oh, they're locked. What is selected? Jesus. Okay. Uh-huh. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so that's a little bit of a better representation of what that space is going to look like. It's a lot of space. All right. So I accomplished quite a bit today, and I've been doing this for a long time, but I think I should give myself a break. But man, there is a lot here. Maybe I might feel reinvigorated to do more after I eat. And this door that's here, I probably honestly can delete this. Because I actually have these in different parts of the map. So yeah, why don't I go ahead and stop this? I'm going to delete that. And I'm going to save it because I already have those used somewhere. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I can actually just move this outside the map. Will it let me compile? It will. Okay. Okay, so I won't delete it. What is this? Oh, it's a box? Okay. Right. Yeah, see, I didn't think it would want me to... I thought that would happen. Okay. Maybe a... Hmm. Oh, shit. I forgot to do something. Let's go ahead and render this. And then you know what? While that's doing, damn, my fucking computer sounds like a jet engine. I want all of this. To be destructible. Oh, I have to put a flag on it. That's right. I mean, not a flag. I have to make it a brush, a func brush entity. And then I can set the damage to these. 20? Okay. Mini light? I don't know what mini light means. Mass spawn flag? Sounds 1. Wait. Func material? What does that mean? What? What? Sounds 1. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna set all these guys to not be on ambush. I think that'll make them smarter. And then I could actually like put like a weapon or something in here. Okay. I'm gonna put a blaster here. How do you spawn a blaster? What? I feel like I saw it before. Is it not showing everything? I'm missing files. That is so bizarre. Quake Trench Broom, how to spawn blaster. Weapon item blaster. But it's not here. Create entity. Oh. Why am I missing so many weapons? Why am I missing so much shit? Monster. View thing. Target blaster. I don't think that's gonna work. What? Go to transferring preferences. Make sure you selected Quake 2 as the game. Ensure that the mod's FGD is also loaded. Is it looking for a directory or a file? so confusing. How do you? Okay. Um. Fucking weird, man. Target blaster. I don't think that's what I'm looking for though. View thing. What the fuck is view thing? Oh no. Oh fuck. Okay, let me think. Alright, it might be time to hang it up. Because I'm starting to break. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Okay. Ooh, I got nervous for a second, man. Holy mother of God. What the hell's that noise? Why does it look like that now? There's no blaster here. Why does the lighting look like that? They still can't hear me running. Man, I really fucked some shit up. Floor light, okay. I have a feeling that these are rendering light. Because the room is so goddamn bright now. And that normally happens when shit start emitting light. Nope. I might have. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh shit, they all just went up. Okay. Alright, so they still don't react to sound. Okay, nothing's broken. That's good. I think this is a good stopping point. We still have some things to figure out. Like my blaster, where did my blaster go? That's actually really bothering me. I got the blaster to show up before. And I was just gone. That is really fucked up that there's no blaster. I swear I got that thing to spawn before. I have an idea. You know what? I think I know what I need to do. I'm gonna take. Oh no, it's all in the same. That, that's a trip, man. I don't know. Should be in this pack file, but it's not there. Trench broom. Blaster not showing up. It's almost always due to incorrect gamepad. But there's no way. Preferences configuration. Quake 2. Ensure the base name is set. Set the game name is set to Quake 2. Okay. Go to preferences. Game configurations. Quake 2. Ensure the game path points directly to your Quake 2 directory. Ensure your game name is set to base Q2. If the path is correct, the entity might not have a model assigned or the definition file is missing. Select the item blaster entity from the entity inspector, but there's nothing there. Ensure the model key is either empty, which tells Quake to use it by default, or correctly points to model item blaster tries.mdl. If the model is still not showing, verify your Quake 2 installation is complete and not missing files. I could verify my Quake 2 files. That's not a bad idea. I have not done that. Damn, it's already 6:20. One file's validated will be required. All right. Okay. Oh, kind of cool. Okay. So weird, man. All right. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out later. I don't know why my blaster's not showing up. Oh. Damn. All right. Well, that's a problem I'll have to figure out later. GG's. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this one up. Y'all take it easy.